All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are live and, well, hoping for something to happen at some point. It's always South Africa, man. Always South Africa. There's no such thing as time management. 9 o'clock it starts. No, not 9 o'clock. Escape, how you doing? I'm inclined to agree with you, Escape. I'm inclined to agree with you. I think fundamentally in most countries you have a pretty interesting uh there's a lot of political lawfare and a lot of political games that ultimately ends up uh running the show. That is just how it works usually. I'm of course waiting for whatever the hell is going on here, or whatever should be going on here to start. Default, how you doing, bro? Think most will happen is suspended sentence. Jaguar, how you doing? Brendan, how you doing? Hello, everyone. Was watching over at Ronaldo's channel. Jaguar, very happy to have you here. Dirk, how you doing, bro? If Julius goes to jail in the year if mushrooms go wild, so be it. Christian, how you doing? He will not go to jail because the judge will know this country will be in chaos and the negative implications will be too big. You see, but that's the thing. If you don't enforce the law, so literally just yesterday, well, this morning for us, but yesterday in America, a new report came out that showed that murder in America has dropped by 20%, a 20% murder rate. And this year uh, might be the lowest murder rate that America has ever had. Why is that? Because America finally has a president that is enforcing the law. You see, the big problem is these liberal elites and these leftists have this idea that crime is the result of poverty or the result of oppression, and all we really need is to show love and compassion and crime will stop. This is just objectively false. Anyone that has ever known anyone that is poor, that isn't a criminal, will understand this. Crime and murder and things of that nature is the result of culture. If you have a lawless culture, and in South Africa, it starts right from the top, right? Like our president is a criminal. Our entire state is basically a mafia terrorist state. And so what ends up happening is it will literally just trickle down to society. And the worst elements in society will start to take over, and you will end up with a lawless society. The EFF is full to the brim with all of the criminals in South Africa because they think that Julius Malema gives them the clearest avenue to basically take over this country and exercise their criminal intentions upon the people. Homeland must be removed. They were created to control and kill our leaders. Live, love, death. You are the you are the exact example of uneducated. Like the levels of our laws are not based on the US. Our laws are based on common morality. Every single country in the world follows these laws. They come from a book that is far older than any culture that you have ever been a part of. They come from the Bible. They're informed by the Bible. The idea that people shouldn't be firing guns in public isn't a wild imperialist agenda. there are actual good reasons for why we don't fire guns in public, because bullets have to come down at some point. And when they come down, they hit someone, they kill someone. So what the hell are you talking about? Julius Malema isn't being persecuted because he's black. He isn't being persecuted by imperialist forces. He's being persecuted because what he did was fire a gun into the air at a public event. That is incredible. Anyone that's ever fired a gun, the first lesson they teach you is never fire your rifle in the air, even in the bush. Even when you go hunting, you don't fire into the air. Why? Because the bullet, first and foremost, travels with very little obstruction, so it can travel a lot further, and you can kill someone from miles away that had nothing to do with this. So Julius Malema is a criminal, and he should go to jail. That has nothing to do with imperialist white forces or anything like that. If it was up to us, the imperialist whites of this country, we would have him jailed for hate speech, just like white people are jailed for hate speech in this country all the time. Just go look at Penny Sparrow, who had her entire life destroyed because she said monkeys after showing pictures of the beaches in Durban. Now, was it wrong for her to say that? Sure, it's not a nice thing to say. Should she have her life destroyed? Probably not. People should have the right to say things, even if those things hurt other people's feelings. But somehow that is incredibly wrong. How dare she? We will hound her and destroy her life. But Juju, your criminal in chief, is allowed to say whatever he wants. He's allowed to scream, kill the poor, kill the farmer. He's allowed to threaten white people. And nothing ever happens to him. Like, trust me, bro. If this was us, the white imperialist forces of the country that was doing this, we would have had him in jail a long time ago for a lot less. This is him just facing the justice of his own stupidity. Jaguar, thank you so much for the $70 donation, dude. Really appreciate you. Thank you. It's my payday as well today. That's pretty cool. Thank you so much. Is that Trump? We have a racist and communist president with none less morals for this country. Chris, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I go, okay, so guys, I do believe that we are all here for no reason whatsoever. Like, I absolutely firmly agree with all of you. I think that what will happen is Julius Malema will go free, and he will go free for a very specific reason. If you watch my video from earlier today, right? If you watch my video from earlier today, it'll make a lot more sense to you. But effectively, there's been... Okay, so I received a DM yesterday from Will Smurf over on X that basically showed this. There's been so many fires in the Western Cape over the last week, 2 weeks, right? And it's just increased. Basically, where I live now, we've been under smoke the entire time. It's just been smoke the whole time. Every day there's a new fire. And the authorities now believe that it is being set on purpose. There's actually towns now where there's actual rewards for people who can bring to light the perpetrators of these fires. And Will Smith, at least, believes that this is the EFF. The EFF warned that if anything were to happen to Juju, they would make this country ungovernable. And look at the places that is being burnt. The overwhelming majority of it is farms, lands. You have farmers that have suffered millions of rands of losses, animals that have died, entire vineyards and crops that's being destroyed. So I genuinely believe that the EFF is already starting. Now, what do you guys think the chances are that the judge hasn't been threatened yet? Like, what do you think the chances are of the judge not getting a DM or an email from some anonymous account saying, "Oi, if you send this guy to jail, we will come for you. We know where you live. We know who you are. We're coming for you." Like, of course that's happened. That has absolutely happened. Sentences is going to appeal for another 7 years. Oh yeah, I mean, even if the judge sentences him, he's definitely going to appeal. And he's just going to continue to appeal because guess who's paying for Juju's court case? It's you and me. Juju is paid by the taxpayer. An mandatory sentence of 15 years, of course, the judge has been threatened. Oh, yeah, 100%. At the doctors and came out, my car's lock nut's been stripped. They were ready to steal my wheel. I am so tired of the crime affecting us every day. Lizzie, I feel you. I feel you. It's there's a level. I think there's a level that almost every person can handle, right? There's like a point where you just go, wait, we can't keep doing this. We can't keep going this way. I don't know if it's the right link. This is SABC's thing. Oh, they actually. Well, it's still not live. We're still waiting for it to go live. But this is the SABC one. So when that happens, we'll know. Yeah, it sometimes takes a bit. You have to go in and out just to get it to update. So I don't know. I don't like watching the SABC's live streams because it always bugs. Yeah, I knew that it was going to be late. That is why originally, because on Friday mornings I have men's fellowship, right, where it's just a bunch of men from church that meet, and we have these books that we read. We're currently working through spiritual maturity. So I was actually sort of debating not going to men's fellowship because, well, I have to live stream this, and then I suddenly realized, wait, I live in I live in South Africa. There is a 0% chance that this starts at 9 o'clock, like zero. And so I was just like, I'll go live later. I know we're not going live at 9. It's 9:30. Of course, the judge is late. Of course, it's going to take probably another hour of nonsense before we actually get to the stream, to the actual bit that all of us are here for. Chris with the 35 Rand donation. Truly appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. If the stream is cutting out for you guys, just refresh, or otherwise, just turn down the quality. Sometimes YouTube is just a bit weird. But if it is happening for a lot of you, just let me know. There's not much that I can do on my side, but I can try. Okay, I agree with you, Jaguar. I think from the judge's perspective, uh, she's obviously like she will have to have uh, balls of steel because yeah, she's been threatened, and I guarantee you she is thinking if I sentence him to jail, I might end up in a lot of trouble. I love Dave. Thanks for the $10, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sammy, how you doing? Should we be a martyr for justice? It's Sammy, I will say this. I think what's oftentimes interesting is being a martyr, like being an actual person that's willing to stand up in the face of personal threats and personal threats of violence, and knowing, because there's a big difference between just threats of violence and knowing that there is most likely a threat to your life. And that becomes very difficult because you have to remember this judge most likely has a husband, most likely has kids, and they didn't sign up for this, right? Her husband isn't the judge in this case. Her kids aren't the judges in this case. So there's a lot of things that she has to consider going into this. There's a lot of lives that are touched by this. Now, the right thing to do is to say, well, to hell with that. Justice has to be served. But I definitely have grace, and I understand how difficult it is. I'm not for a second going to sit here and pretend like it won't be there. I think all of us would have this moment of going, Damn. Amazing yacht destinations. Thank you so much for joining the membership club. Truly appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The judge went through everything and crossed her T's and dotted her I's to ensure ironclad case. She is going to sentence him to 15 years, as this is the minimum mandatory sentence, first time. Charles, I would be surprised. Not going to lie to you. I will be surprised. Sick Puppy, thank you so much for joining the membership. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. Michael, how you doing? Fundamentally, it becomes hard when it's the judge's job, Jaguar, with the 5 gifted memberships. I truly appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. It's hard, I think, for a judge because the judge now has to be the one that upholds the law, which is actually not how it works. It's not how it's supposed to work. In any country, it is the job of the government to install a police force that upholds the law. The judge's job is simply to ensure that justice has been served, so that the police did a good job and didn't just arrest someone that was innocent, right? But then that also, if the police did arrest someone guilty, that person goes to jail. In South Africa, far too often, we have this thing where the police doesn't do their job, the government sure as hell doesn't do their job, and so ultimately it falls to the judge to be the one that kind of does the job, right? Of actually making sure that there is some kind of law in a country. Sammy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. Avedon, how you doing, brother? So yeah, I'm very scared for this judge. 3.7 billion VIP protection budget does not extend to judges. Certainly should be enough to do so. At least that would be a better use of the funds. Peter, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. I think I personally have a huge problem with the whole VIP protection thing in the first place. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think it's necessary. What I don't like is this whole, this almost leaders thinking that they are somehow special. I hate that. I hate that. I hate the fact that I have to pay for these people to be driven around with a bunch of police protection. I hate the fact that I have to pay for these people to live in lavish homes and receive incredible salaries. Like, dude, I want to be very clear. If I made 3.2 million rand a year, which is what some of these people make, surely you can afford your own security. I don't even earn that much, and I have my own security. I don't have 24-hour bodyguards. But if you gave me 3.2 million rand a year, I'm sure I could get a couple of bodyguards. You know, like, why do we pay these guys these incredible salaries? We pay for their homes, and then also we pay for their bodyguards. This makes no sense whatsoever. It's ridiculous. Sammy, thank you so much. I truly appreciate you, sir. Been watching your videos and live streams quietly for a while now. Thought it was time to say what's up. Sick Puppy, I truly appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate all of you. It's been such an incredible journey. Just everything that I've been given through grace has been just phenomenal. So I truly appreciate you guys. You might develop a terminal. Oh yeah. Don't worry. Julius Malema already has some terminal illness lined up. We will find out today that actually Julius Malema has cancer, and that's probably why he's been losing so much weight. He's getting ready for that, that ultimate defense that we have here in South Africa. I mean, Jacob Zuma, I don't know if you guys know this, but Jacob Zuma he's close to death. That's why he was let out of jail. He was life-threatening. It was the end of his life. He had less than a month to live. I saw him the other day dancing on stage, and I thought, man, the Zulu genes on that man, sick as a hell, can't even be in jail, but can dance on a stage. So yeah, you're in South Africa if you, like, not you and me, of course. When you and I don't pay our taxes, we go to jail for real. And if you get sick, then you just get sent to the prison hospital. But if you're a leader in this country, if you get a slight cough, like just a cough, you're out. Congratulations. Go live at home. Is it bad, Abaddon? Just like Shabir Sheikh? Yeah, like Shabir Sheikh. Gotta love the minimum sentencing on semi-automatic law rule. Salute. I still so even with the minimum sentencing, I believe in South Africa the judge still has some leeway. So I believe the judge can still apply a different sentence dependent on, because yes, technically speaking, now that he has been found guilty, he must go to jail for a minimum of 15 years. But is that going to happen? Let's just do a show of hands here. How many of you believe that we will see Juju go to jail today? DHA treaty violations. I got an email here. Yeah, okay. I see an email here, treaty violations. I see it. Let me see. Okay, I will work through this amazing yacht, and I'll come back to you. But this is interesting. But it looks like something I'm gonna have to spend some time on. So I truly appreciate you sending me this email. I still have faith in the justice system. We lose everything after we've lost hope. So Shadow, I don't have faith in our justice system. And I don't have faith because I have spoken to a couple of advocates now. Wow. Vian, how you doing, bro? Thank you so much for the 350 Rand donation. I truly appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very informative channel. Love it and keep it up. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. And I'm glad. For the first time ever, my nerdy personality that seems to care about things that no one else cares about pays off. You know, I find myself going in rabbit holes, like the Cartman drama triangle. That's a rabbit hole that I just fell into a few years ago, and suddenly I just started reading about the Cartman drama triangle and all the trials and all the studies that they did, and it was information that has never served me in anything that I do. There's no conversations where it just sort of pops up that I can go, oh, have you guys heard of the Cartman drama triangle? And then suddenly there's like videos that pop up and I'm like, oh, I have information on this. And then to find that a lot of you go, oh, wow, we like this information. That's good. So, I like the fact that my sort of tunnel brain serves me rather well on YouTube. Maybe it's youthful naivety, but I live by that sort of hope. So let me explain. I've spoken to a couple of advocates, not lawyers, although I have spoken to lawyers as well. But I've spoken to a number of advocates, and each and every one of them have told me the entire justice system of South Africa is politicized. The way judges are chosen, the way judges are protected, it's all political. So the government doesn't allow judges that have weird views. Right? So you still have a couple of old guard judges that just happen to be remnants of the older systems, but most of your new judges that have come in, they were chosen for a reason. They were put there to ensure that justice is served only insofar as it benefits the government. So, yeah, I would not be surprised. Alex, no idea. This is South Africa. It starts on African time. I don't know. It should have started already, I think. but we're still waiting. How serious is perjury? Obi, in a perfect world, perjury would be incredibly serious. In a perfect world, if you commit perjury, because effectively you have to understand that's you lying to the judge. Now, in the Old Testament, if you lied to a judge, so I believe it's in Deuteronomy where this is covered. If you brought witness against someone but you lied, so your witness was false, you would be stoned to death. So you would get the death sentence for a false accusation. Because you can imagine what false accusations do. They're incredibly dangerous. When you provide false witness, you can destroy someone's life, and there's literally no way for that person to ever come back from that. They're now a perpetual victim of your lying. We saw this specifically in regards to the Me Too movement. If you guys remember the Me Too movement, how many lives were destroyed in the Me Too movement as a result of women coming out and just making an accusation, saying I was this or I was that or whatever the case might be. The page is unresponsive. What are we talking about here? There we go. We're back. Uh, in the court of public opinion, you. What the hell is going on? Their stream seems to be crumbling consistently. Let's see if we can find another stream to watch this on. What's happening, boys? What's happening? I'm trying to fix this, but it will not fix. Let's see if we can do this instead.
South Africa and the world are going to see.
Someone give me a link, please, to an actual live stream that works. Salem witches having their own witch trials. Sammy, you're not wrong. That's perfectly phrased, actually. That's perfectly phrased. Okay. I don't want to do the SABC one again because it keeps breaking. Rivi, I don't want to do a reaction to someone. I don't want to steal someone else's live stream. So I'd rather not. There's breaks the whole time. We could probably try this one again. See if it works now. BS power outage, brother. You should know better than to ask for a link as a gamer. Rickroll coming in 3D. Kyle, how you doing, bro? Speaking of cinema, I used to love cinemas a lot, but then Stephen King has turned so woke. Dude, there's so many shows, so many TV shows that have become unwatchable. I remember being a massive fan of The Rookie from Nathan Fillion. Because Nathan Fillion, I love Nathan Fillion. He's one of my favorite actors. Firefly, Castle, he's a great actor. But effectively, The Rookie has gone so woke that it is genuinely unwatchable. You can't even begin to imagine how woke that's gotten. because it's this police show, but then they constantly just deal with how bad the police is and how the police has to fix their mindsets and all the rest of it. It's like, wow. Okay. Contract terminated for being so politically, especially over ICE. Well, I wouldn't cry about that. We could try. Let's try IOL. IOL seems to be doing their thing at the minute, and they don't have that many people watching, so that seems to be decent. No. Hoeveel mense sê Pieter Groenewald moet president word as hy nie eers die leier van sy eie party is meer nie? So awkward. The thing is, if you listen to why, and just to be fair here, guys, or be very clear, I'm not a spokesperson for the Freedom Front Plus. I'm not a member of the Freedom Front Plus. I do not support any political parties in South Africa. Right? Because from my perspective, my job is to call them out on their nonsense, not to I'll try it. MDMT.
Of a social worker litigation.
Oh wait, so it has actually gone.
Basically, the facts and to the surface on the court.
Come now. Sorry about this, guys. My one screen broke, so I'm stuck having to work with literally just the one screen. And it is not going well. I have to get a new one, but it is a nightmare. Okay, here we go. Thank you very much, server.
I'm just endorsing so that you don't have to repeat advocacy, because Advocate Hoders has placed on record regarding the report. I'm just noting your submissions on that regard. Then I will make the orders.
I had a 32-inch dowel monitor,
to proceed now.
And it just, the backlight went. And when I tried to find out how much it would be to replace it, it's more than a new monitor. Like, I might as well just buy a new monitor. So I was like, okay, never mind.
How will follow? What will follow now? Just a minute. No visual.
Charles, yes. I do want to start. I want to interview Steve Hofmeyer, Colonel Chris Wyatt, all of them.
The defense holders, their seat instructed by interpreter.
That's life, Kyle. But thank you. I appreciate you caring.
For the sentencing proceeding of the accused.
I'm struggling to hear what these people are saying. Do you guys?
A pre-sentence report this morning at 9 from counsel for accused number 1. And all probabilities need time.
If you are going to be having festivities and a meal, if you can't give them some food, invite them over. So you
Head of ourselves here.
I would love
please,
to have.
Excuse Mr. Malema, may take a seat there. Let me just endorse the record.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I confirm my appearance on behalf of...
Yeah, Dyer, I want to talk to everyone. I want to talk to every single person.
Mr. Guy Toby is also senior counsel. Mr. Boomer is also from the Johannesburg Bar. And we're all instructed, Bishop, by Ian Devitt's attorneys. We have both Mr. Dennis and Mr. Makhamazi from their firm present before you, Bishop. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you.
Luckily, we can hear the judge.
As previously discussed in open court, Your Worship, it is our intention to lead the evidence of a social worker in litigation of sentence, Your Worship, to basically the facts and to assist the Honourable Court in the passing of sentence in this matter. To this end, we have a witness here, Your Worship. The witness specifically requests that there be no video footage of her.
Oh, so we're on a loop now.
She has compiled a written report. I confirm that I only handed it to my visit friend this morning. And we have a signed original for Your Worship and a copy for the witness to testify from over and above that. The witness is present.
Thank you.
Not sure if it's me, but Stephanie, your mic seems really soft. Robot, so it's that soft because the sound in the background is really loud. Now, there's no real way to fix that, right? I want you guys to be able to hear the court case, but I think this is from earlier.
Just endorsing so that you don't have to repeat advocacy, because Advocate Otis has placed on record regarding the report. I'm just noting.
They're currently in the judge's chambers.
Then I will make the orders. We are proceeding now. Everyone is ready for us to proceed now. Stay.
Why are they in the chambers? He's gonna get off. The Grey Hour, how you doing?
We've agreed that we'll come in, place us on record. I'll just deal with some of the logistics, and then I'll hear from you what we will, how we'll follow, what will follow now. Just a minute. No visual.
Gotta go somewhere private for the suitcase of money to change hands. Oh yeah, of course. My apologies. What was I thinking? Like, you can't just pay the judge in open court with all the cameras on. That would be illegal. So, Math, the reason I'm not playing this is just on a loop. We're just hearing the same stuff over and over again. This isn't live yet.
Sentencing proceeding of the accused.
Oh, wow. Kyle, I truly appreciate that. Yes, I do have an email. Thank you, by the way. I do have an email. It's askakulon@gmail.com. Spelled like this. I'll quickly. This is from my gamer days, so don't judge the name. I do need a new email, yes.
And place themselves on record before we get ahead of ourselves here. Please, excuse Mr. Malema, may take a seat there. Let me just endorse the record.
Yeah, okay, so this isn't live. This is certainly not live. We can just mute this. This is because we're just hearing the same thing over and over again here. MDN TV is taking the P. The Grey Hour 35 Rand donation. Truly appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The chambers are of secrets where Juju sentencing lies. Yeah, I mean, hey, good job for the judge, you know? Guys, I have great news. The judge just had a phenomenal financial windfall. She is now one of the richest people in East London. On a completely separate note, unrelated to this story, Juju is free to go. That's pretty much what it's going to be, isn't it? The judge is suddenly going to have a new Mercedes and Juju is free to go. Nothing to do with each other. It's just, what a happy coincidence. It's been a long month until payday. It has. Mine's also from gamer days. What is happening? We're just hearing the same stuff over and over again, really, at this point. This is apparently from earlier. So currently, from what I've heard, they're in the judge's chambers at the moment.
I'm just endorsing so that you don't have to repeat.
Yeah, this is literally the same thing played over and over again. Like, there's no difference. So IOL has nothing happening on it yet. IOL has nothing happening on it yet. We can can see here if SABC has something. Nothing yet. Yeah, so, when they say 9 o'clock, I mean, at this point, guys, we shouldn't be surprised. 9 o'clock in South Africa means 1 o'clock for everyone else. If there's a stream from outside, you want to watch that? Yeah, we can watch what the EFF is doing. Before they start burning the country to the ground. Because that's going to happen, right? Economic freedom fight. They don't seem to have one right now. Is East London in South Africa, or did they fly to London? To be honest, can't tell with the courtroom. So Avedon, we have an East London here in South Africa as well, the same as you guys. We also have a Ramsgate and a Margate, exactly the same as you guys. I think we have a Sheffield as well. Like, we have quite a few towns that's basically the same as you guys have in the UK. I lived in Margate, in the UK. Worse than America for stealing our names? Dude, we didn't steal your names. The people that founded those towns in the UK also founded them here. It wasn't stolen from you. It was the same people that founded those towns here. So it was just named the same. I wish upon a star that I would find a bloody live stream that works. Come on, man, it can't be that hard. Just go to the SABC. They'll probably update. What time is this starting? Johnny, about an hour ago. But, it's South Africa. My question is the EFF bust all that support since yesterday? Did they get accommodation as well, or did they sleep on the street? Roy, I have no idea. I have no idea. In my estimation, I think the EFF is gearing up to ensure that no matter what happens, they're ready to respond. So if Juju gets sent to jail, as he should, they will immediately turn to violence. Immediately. They will get all of their little criminals to become very violent. Other chat is just people loving the guy and offering them their first child, and others just taunting them, saying jail. Well, the thing is, right, if you're a South African citizen that actually cares about law and order, you would be honest and admit that Julius Malema is a criminal. He broke the law. He shot a rifle in public. This is clear cut. But if you're an EFF voter, you view the entire world through a racial lens. Everything is about race first. And so when your criminal leader is facing jail time, it must be the whites that's coming after him. And that overrides everything else. Like, at that point, facts don't matter. The truth doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that you racist whites are coming for our precious little leader. And that is just, I mean, the black racists in this country will literally slit their own throats if the blood would spatter onto a white person. Like, they would literally destroy their own futures if it meant that a white person, steps on a thorn. Because that's what happened with the Ballable. The Afrikaners warned the black racists that, listen here, the Ballable is going to be disastrous for black people in this country. We were told, you're white supremacists, you're evil. And then the Bala Bowl finally happens. You have millions of children who can't get into schools because it's filled with foreigners. And suddenly now all of the racists are waking up going, oh, well, maybe AfriForum had a point. You know, maybe AfriForum wasn't just being racist. Maybe they actually understood what the bull said. But if you view the entire world through a racial lens, what else can you do? Annette, we were just at MDTV, and they just have the same old stuff on a loop. So I'm not entirely sure if, unless they've updated it. But the last time we checked it, it was just the same stuff over and over again. So I'll check it now. Yeah, no, this is from earlier, and this isn't live. So MDN TV literally just has the same clip playing over and over and over and over and over again. Doesn't he have a white lawyer defending him in that loop stream? Oh, Abaddon. Abaddon, the things I will tell you about Julius Malema will make you fall on your back with surprise. So I grew up in the same town as Julius Malema. I know people who personally do work for Julius Malema. I'll tell you, for example, Julius Malema's kids aren't allowed to go to black schools. Julius Malema sent all of his kids to white schools. The teachers at those schools had to be white. That was Julius Malema's direction. I know people who do work for Julius Malema. When they arrive at his home, the black people have to stay outside. They're not allowed to enter his property. Julius Malema is a massive fraud, but his own voters don't know it, right? They just think he's on their side. But I grew up with him. I grew up in his town. I know him, right? I know of quite a lot of people who have done work for him, who knows him actually very well. And they all say, when he sees you in public, he's the friendliest man alive. Like, none of those racist, white boy this, white boy that. When he sees white people in public, he's actually a very friendly guy. He's actually, in fact, the people I know who work for him say he's one of the nicest guys you can do work for. So yeah, I genuinely believe that Julius Malema was planted by the ANC to basically take care of the more extremist black people in the country, and also to test, right? The ANC would like a violent revolution so that they can become dictators of this country. But in order to do that, they need to know that there is enough sort of violent revolutionary racists that will support the revolution. And the EFF has proven that that's not happening. They can't get over 10% of the vote. And if the entire EFF decided to rise up and try to violently overthrow South Africa, they'd be beaten in a month, right? In a month, you'd basically destroy the entire EFF. So they know they can't rise up. They make a lot of noise. They always warn. That doesn't mean that they can't cause a lot of chaos, right? And they will probably. They'll burn a bunch of stuff. They'll destroy a bunch of towns. But if they were to suddenly step in and start to kill people, they'll be crushed, because they might think that they are a big group of people. But I will be willing to bet that if 5 million EFF supporters showed up to murder all the white people in this country, they'd be met by 15 to 20 million people that doesn't want to do that. So oh, yeah, Kyle, you asked me to check the email. I'll quickly check it now. But I still appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much, sir. Oh, wow. Kyle, holy crap. Am I allowed to say what you just got me, or would you prefer if I keep it quiet? What a joke. Julius the jailbird will never happen. I know one of his ex-bodyguards. He also said Malema is nice, but he steps on stage. He tells them to step back, as this is what his followers want. Oh, yeah. All of his bodyguards are white. His drivers are white. His lawyers are white. His accountants are white. Julius Malema is a fraud, man. But that does not mean that he isn't dangerous. Because Julius Malema stands where he does, and his violent rhetoric is ultimately what spurs on the true violence in our country. But Kyle, I genuinely, truly appreciate you. Thank you so much for this. This is amazing. Papa's wach for Julius. God, maybe I am stupid, but I'm at least not stupid enough to be a racist revolutionary that believes communism can work. There's nothing racist about this case. He is guilty as charged. Sentence him accordingly. I agree with you. Socialism sucks. Franco, Kyle didn't want me to make it public, but what I can say is it's an amazing gift for my birthday. So I truly appreciate that. I know it's on repeat. It is the live stream, but they're just playing the same thing over and over again. No matter which stream we go to, it's the same thing over and over again, right? This, for example, nothing's happening here. SABC is just dead, waiting for it to somehow come to life. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Abaron, I'm not ignoring your messages. I read your messages. What do you want from me? Can I get paid now? Please, boss. I have a child on the way. Dude, first and foremost, congratulations on your child. But aren't you moving to America soon? Like, Daddy Trump will take care of you. Don't you worry. He's gonna make sure that you're well looked after. And as such, must be sentenced accordingly. Hun, I agree with you. And I would love to see that happen. But I am convinced that in this country, it does not happen. Mario, I don't really get involved in the genealogy discussion. I don't know where Malema was born. I genuinely don't. And it doesn't even matter to me because remember, in South Africa, so in America, it sort of matters because if you are foreign born in America, you can never become president, right? So in their constitution, the president must be a naturally born American citizen. But I don't believe South Africa has that. So whether he was born here, born somewhere else, I don't know if that matters necessarily. Do you think the sentencing is happening, but just not being streamed? I don't think so. Yet another miracle. Someone said earlier they're actually in the judge's chambers. Other people said the judge is running late. All of it can be true. I don't know. Fawn van der Berg, how you doing, bro? I follow Asmongold, yes. Asmongold actually in the past have reacted to quite a few of my videos. We used to be in WoW together when he was still making WoW videos. I was making WoW videos at the time, so he would react to quite a few of my videos there. Then when I became a little bit more political, Asmongold started to go a little bit more political as well at the same time, so he reacted to a number of those videos. So yeah, I'm well aware of Asmongold. And I like him. He's really cool. What do you think about the USA refugee program, Stephen? I'm considering taking my baby and leaving. A better future for her, hopefully. Ilanka, in my estimation, if you can get out, you should. So here's how I view it, right? God is setting up his people as and how he needs them. So some of us are going to have to stay here in South Africa in order to actually fix the country. But it might just as easily be that God wants some of us outside of the country so that we can help from there in order to fix our country. Fundamentally, my purpose on this earth, and I genuinely believe it, is to follow Christ and to help fix South Africa. That's my purpose. So whether I'm in the UK, in Australia, in America, in Iceland, Greenland, on Antarctica, South Pole, North Pole, doesn't matter. Wherever I am, South Africa is going to be my main focus because these are my people. This is my country. I was born here. My family is here. I love the people of South Africa. The people of South Africa that have freed their minds from communism and socialism are some of the best people you will ever meet on this planet. And I believe that, firmly do. So I think if you can get out, you should. There is very little future here in South Africa, at least for the foreseeable. And look, once peace and justice is restored in this country, you'll be able to come back, right? And you'll be able to come live with, and I actually think that a strong South Africa will serve as a refuge from the craziness in the world. Like, think about this. Think about a strong South Africa with economic growth, with an actual government that allows freedom. Imagine if a massive war in Europe were to break out and the Russians started invading Europe. All of those Europeans would be able to flee to South Africa and be safe, right? Women, children, they could come to South Africa, they could be safe so that their men could actually fight and defend their homelands. Because South Africa is so far removed from a lot of the issues in the world that we're perfectly situated to be a refuge for the rest of the world when stuff starts to go wrong. But for that, we need a government that isn't just stealing people's futures. So I will always put South Africa as my main focus, even though my true love is geopolitical. I happen to find geopolitics infinitely more interesting than local politics. But local politics is more important. And so I only cover geopolitics when it pertains to South Africa. So you won't find me ever covering a video about Germany set some new nonsense rule for their citizens that has nothing to do with South Africa. I'm not talking about it. Even though I will look at it and I will follow it and I will know that that is happening, it has nothing to do with us, and so I don't cover it. You think Juju will try and flee to the US? I hope so. Fingers crossed. I mean, can you imagine that? Juju getting off the plane and Donald Trump's ICE just waiting for him, being like, sup? Jaco, how you doing, bro? Speel je nog WoW? Midnight kom uit in Maart. I do not play WoW anymore. Jaco, I haven't played WoW in almost a year now. Probably longer, actually, at this point. I have zero interest in WoW. Zero. Like, that game has gone woke beyond the point of enjoyment for me. I have no time for the developers of WoW. I have no time for, I would say, 99% of the content creators in WoW. I have no time for any of them. They're woke idiots that I know for a fact went after it because it was popular and are in so deep now that there's just no way for them to escape. I know it's on a loop, guys, but nowhere else is showing anything. I'm well aware that this is on a loop, but nowhere else is showing anything. Like, here we have the SABC one, also nothing. There's just nothing. Are now downing tools to support kicking ice out. So yeah, even if I was tempted for the new X-Pack, I wouldn't be now. Dude, did you guys see the guy that was arrested? Oh, it was beautiful. Let me see if I can find this for you guys. Hold up. It was gorgeous. Like, absolutely phenomenal. Tell me I actually shared it. Please tell me I shared it. No. Oh yeah, look at this. The White House tweets out checkmate. But just look at this. The White House tweets out checkmate. Here you have the dude that stormed the church. Let me just play this for you guys.
Yesterday, I went into a church with Nakima Armstrong and I protested these white supremacists. A pastor of the church is a fucking ICE leader in the city.
As you can see, all these pretend Christians all these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. So, you know, Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it.
She literally just posts, okay. This is Pam Bondi, by the way. Just posts, okay. And then the White House goes, checkmate. Dude, you gotta love the unhinged nature of American politics. Like, they just don't give a crap anymore. None of this nice stuff. Just, cool. Let's go, bro. Every single person of the American government is a badass at the moment. Like, they're all just turning into superstars. I love it. As said, he sounds like he's doing an Adam Sandler impression. Yeah, it's always the nicest people, you know, like Democrats, leftists are just evil. It is as simple as that. Leftists are just evil. I saw this morning and it's great. Had a good laugh. Oh yeah. It's only a minor, just a few lighties will do, please. He is already losing weight. Hulle het nog nie begin nie. Hulle skuif na 'n groter hof om almal te huisves. Is it Van Asmingold, long lost brother? Oh yeah, I saw that guy. Like, who the hell is that guy? I think I shared it. I must have. Because I had a good laugh at the guy. Did I not share it? Let's see here. I must have shared it because I laughed at this guy. Oh wait. You guys have to hear this. You have to hear this. You guys know who Don Lemon is, right? Don Lemon is the guy that also stormed the church. Just listen to the logic of the leftists, please.
Okay, crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act. Okay. It's a misdemeanor.
So why are they being sent back and saying that they're breaking the law?
That's the point.
Okay, as somebody that actually...
We don't know if they're breaking the law because they won't tell. There's no due process. Where's the evidence? That's the whole point. And if they are breaking the law, most people will say, okay, then they need to go if they're criminals. But if they're not, why are they being rounded up and sent?
Just listen to that. If they are breaking the law, then they should be prosecuted if they're criminals. Breaking the law immediately means that you're a criminal, right?
Out, especially when he promised to deport the criminals, and now he's not doing that.
Yeah, I don't think we're going...
Misdemeanor is not a crime. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So misdemeanor is not a crime?
It's not a criminal act, no. If you get charged with a misdemeanor, that's not a criminal act.
A misdemeanor is a criminal act, just by the way. It is a crime. That's a misdemeanor is a crime. It's not a harsh crime, but it's still a crime.
Well then, if it's not a criminal act.
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
No.
Listen to him. This is why the left is so absolutely unhinged. He can't keep it straight in his own head. There's so many moments of just dissonance that's happening. Within it, it's impossible for him to keep his story straight, but it gets worse. You'll hear it in a second.
It's just
we have different levels of. I shouldn't say crime, but it's not. It's not a crime. You're not breaking the law. I mean, you are breaking the law, but it's not a criminal act.
You are breaking the law, but it's not a criminal act.
So it's breaking the law.
No, you're not breaking the law.
A misdemeanor is not breaking the law.
No.
If you're speeding, drinking, get pulled over. DUI.
That's not a criminal act. Well, no, if you're speeding is a misdemeanor.
It's a misdemeanor.
Right.
So it's still breaking the law.
Okay, well, if you want to qualify that, we're doing semantics. But what I'm trying to tell you is everything is not the same. It's all not one thing.
Listen to
what is it? The law that what?
Is it a law to come over legally? Is there a law?
there are rules that processes that you should follow. Yeah, so you're breaking rules. You're breaking the rules, but you're not necessarily breaking a law.
Did you guys catch that? You're breaking the rules. You're not necessarily breaking the law. What's another word, chat, for rules in a country? What's another word for that? Like just off the top of your heads. What would we generally call rules that a country has? Laws, right? Like we would call those laws. He's like, no. You don't understand. There are rules. They're breaking the rules. They're not necessarily breaking the law. It's like the rules are the law. That's what it means. Ah, man, they are. This is left-wing politics and left-wingers. This is what they are. This is what we're up against. That level of stupidity. And Riemann said they are trying to frame him. Nazipu, Juju was lying to you. Guidelines according to David, true. You know, heck, it's like he has 2 brain cells and they are fighting for the last place. Debbie, 100%. But this is the problem with leftists, as I already explained. Because leftists have this idea in their heads, right, that crime and poverty, or crime comes from poverty. It comes from oppression. People who are oppressed are criminals. The idea is that if we're just nice to people, they'll stop committing crimes. That's not how it works. Crime, murder, being a criminal, that's a culture. That's a culture that you are born into. It's a culture that is perpetuated. We can see it. We can see what happens when you have neighborhoods taken over by gangs. The culture becomes a gang culture, and so most of the young kids start to move into those gang cultures because the fathers get pulled into it. And now you have kids growing up without fathers. These kids will eventually go look for father figures inside the gangs. The way you deal with crime is you lock them the hell up. And then in South Africa, you bring back the death penalty. And I would give the death penalty for all murderers, all rapists, all pedophiles. Death penalty. Done. Thanks for playing. If you are found guilty of corruption, guess what? Death penalty. Because you're corrupt. Therefore, you should get the death penalty. In my view, I don't understand why we, the taxpayers, should support criminals. And that's what jail is. It's just we're supporting criminals. Why? They have no right to live. If you took a life, even if it is just one, why do you deserve to live? You took a life, therefore we take a life. It's as simple as that. Your life for theirs. And the taxpayer does. And none of this nonsense about, oh, it has to be humane. No. Quick and easy. Whatever is the quickest and cheapest way to kill someone, let's do that one. Dom Mellon's house. I'm not trespassing, just breaking the rules. True. Because they're respect for the law, people do what they want to get rid of rights, and then things will get better in South Africa. Respect is gone. Get it back. Marvin, you're not wrong. Persons live better lives than taxpayers. Dude, criminals in South Africa have more rights than actual citizens. Battery at Julius is the topic, but since we're waiting for Julius's trial to commence, we're now talking about all sorts of things. Because what else are we supposed to do? We're just trying to keep ourselves busy while our country burns, because that's apparently just how it works here. It was supposed to start at 9. I want to point that out to everyone. We've been here for an hour and a half. Well, I've been live for an hour because I knew it wasn't going to start at 9. But it was supposed to start an hour and a half ago. We're still here. Stephen, I love your channel. Keep up the good work. You have a cool way of explaining. Why, thank you very much, JT. I truly appreciate that. Horsefly with the 15 New Zealand dollars. Truly appreciate you, sir. Thank you. You're so kind. Horsefly, how you doing? Man, I'm so tired of having to feed Serafina and her 6 kids with my taxes. Steph, I think all of us are tired. You cannot continue to have the current system the way that it is. I want you guys to think about this. There can be no tax without representation. Taxing a people that has no representation is immoral, illegal, and it is criminal. The overwhelming majority of taxpayers in this country, would you say that they have representation? I want to explain this to you guys in a way that makes sense to everyone. You have about 2.2 million working-aged white people in this country. 2.2 million. Working age. These are people who are working and paying taxes. They are nearly half of all of the taxpayers in South Africa that pays any meaningful level of taxes. But in a country with nearly 30 million working age and voting aged black people, what are the chances that those 2.2 million white people actually have any representation in this country? Like, even if all 2.2 million voted for the same party, their vote matters none. Zero zilch. That is criminal. The fact that I have to pay taxes in a country where I am not represented, that is criminal. And what makes it worse is the fact that a government that takes my taxes and spends it on things that I did not vote for, nor do I support it, and I have no ability to ever get rid of that government. I am effectively a slave to this government because the majority decided to be stupid and vote for them. I am a slave to the majority. That's how it works in this country. That's the immoral evil of democracy in South Africa. Remember, it's just against the rules. It's not illegal. It's also true. Minister Groenewald will teach Malema a new trade, how to break bread. Oh, dude. Meneer Groenewald, I think, is waiting for old Juju. Meneer Groenewald is going to teach him a lesson. You sure not in the UK? You have a London and and a Margate and all that. All of what you said applies here too. I think it applies across the world. Almost every single Western nation. Eastern nations don't really matter because they have foregone the illusion of democracy. They just embraced the dictatorship. But I think that applies to almost every single Western nation except for America now. But every single Western nation, your vote matters not at all because no matter who you vote for, they'll do whatever they want. AJ, thanks for the 40. Really appreciate you. I'm proud of my country, South Africa. Truly appreciate you, AJ. Thank you. You're far too kind. I don't quite know what that symbol is, AJ, but I truly appreciate it. The real cheese. Good morning, chat. What have I missed? Thank you for all you do, bro. Appreciate you and all the effort you put into the videos. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Here we go, boys. It is on. Please tell me this annoying wheeze is not going to be there the whole time. Looking happy. She got her cash. Oh, she is in a good mood. But knowing the court procedures, there's probably going to be like the judge is again going to have to take 4 hours to read all of the charges that was brought against Mr. Malema and all of the evidence that they heard against Mr. Malema, and then only will we get the actual sentencing. You just know how this is going to work, right? Do you think IOL would have better? Okay, MDN TV is a lot better actually. Let's do it this way.
I do have the charge sheet with me, Advocate Caesar, if you want to go on record.
Yes, what please?
Okay, here we go, boys. It's the big one. Cast your votes now. Do you think he's gonna be guilty? Do you think he's gonna get jail time or not? He's already guilty. But what's gonna happen, boys? Let's see. Come on.
I'm not sure. I put on record, our record.
Yes.
That the accused has no previous conviction. This is the first offense.
Or it's just a new raid. Debbie, you're not alone. I'm nervous as well.
Are you submitting the SAP 69 form?
She's gonna find a loophole. She's gonna do the reading for 15 years, and then she's gonna suspend the sentence.
The matter is now proceeding in another venue as where we started this morning, being the High Court at East London. Advocate Odes, I see you are rising. Is it in a to proceed, or may I just address an aspect before we proceed? Sorry?
Please proceed.
All right, I want to make it absolutely clear that since I've been moved from my court and my chambers to this court, I cannot carry all the documents that may be needed. I do not know what the defense intends leading or asking me to rule on, or so I cannot entertain any complaints if I should adjourn to fetch any document or anything that I may need, because I am not in my own chambers, and I want to make that very clear. Understood, Advocate Caesar?
I confirm.
Okay. There's no other way. I cannot anticipate and bring everything, so I just want to make that clear.
No, here we go.
Otis, I'm sorry for that, but it's a distance and it's impossible. I do not know what you may need from me, and if anything, I will maybe then have to collect it in chambers.
What possibly
Thank you so
could
much.
we
Then
need
if
more?
you are ready, by all means, we may proceed.
Have it on.
Thank you so much.
Wait, is MDN TV
just to
just showing
remind
the
the
judge?
media that earlier we had made an order, or this court had ordered, and even when she enters, that there are to be no visual images of the witness, only oral. So please, even on her entering, no visual.
Okay, no, never mind. The SABC hasn't figured out yet what they want to do. Now there's another witness. What am I missing, boys? I must be missing something. We're supposed... This is the sentencing hearing. Why is there another witness? What is happening?
The witness just
stream isn't
for
going
your
bigger.
own, benefit, as you were not present when we discussed the issue, you may
There you go.
just be informed that it has been brought to the court's attention that there will be no media footage or visual footage. It will be a mere oral recording.
You're welcome, Alan. Yeah, we hear you, Judge. We hear you.
May you please state your full names and surname for the record, please? Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath? Do you then swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Are you comfortable there? If there's documents, okay. If you are, I would rather you be comfortable. Is there a possibility of us just moving the microphones a bit so that she has space for her documents, please?
Oh my goodness, here we go. I was with Julius Malema on that night, and it wasn't him. It was a fake. What the hell is this gonna be? Hey, Wesley, thanks for the 35. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel you, bro. I feel you, bro.
Okay. Thank you, Advocate Otis. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you tell the court briefly what the qualification is?
I do have a doing social work.
You need to speak slowly.
I can literally not hear anything they're saying.
And also is doing social work. And LLB.
What is your current occupation?
I'm currently a social worker and working for
How that's not better. That is not better. Oh, what the hell is going on?
You're a social worker and currently in private practice.
That is correct, Your Worship.
You need to raise your voice, please. I know it's difficult, it's a big room in this RC. In that capacity, you have compiled a report for this accused, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Can you please, talking slowly and as loud as you possibly can, take us through your report relating to this accused and the issue of sentence, please?
Oh, is the EFF, is their stream good quality? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. They're usually the ones. It's a shame. We should be ashamed of the fact that our media organizations can't figure this out.
That's fine. Just, you don't have to read the identity number. I'll leave that up to Advocate Otis. I was just thinking that there's no need to read out an identity. You want the whole number read out? Yeah. No, as long as you're comfortable with that, I just didn't want it to go, what? Then sorry, you may proceed.
Wow. Yeah. The witness is also very quiet, but I can sort of hear what you're saying.
92.1 and Schedule 2 of the Firearms Control Act 2000 outlines the statutory penalties for contraventions of the Act. There is no indication that the charges should also be read with Section 51 and Schedule 2 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act 105 of 1997, which prescribes minimum sentences for certain offences, including those related to the possession of an automatic or semi-automatic firearm. The defence requested the undersigned social worker to compile a pre-sentence report. The primary objective of this report is to provide court with relevant information concerning the accused and his personal circumstances, thereby informing the determination of the appropriate individualized sentence.
I love how I can't hear crap.
You don't have to face the. You are more than comfortable if you want to turn it.
The defence requested the undersigned social worker to compile a pre-sentence report. The primary objective of this report is to provide the court with relevant information concerning the accused and his personal circumstances. The defence requested the undersigned social worker to compile a pre-sentence report. The primary objective of this report is to provide the court with relevant information concerning the accused and his personal circumstances, thereby informing the determination of an appropriate individualized sentence. The information presented is limited to circumstances pertinent to the matter, in adherence to the principle of confidentiality and the avoidance of unnecessary solicitation of information. The investigation conducted for the purposes of this report includes the following components: 3 personal interviews with the accused, collateral information obtained through interviews with the accused's wife, 2 friends and 2 employees, relevant research including information regarding the specific offences, sentencing options and aspects related to the accused's functioning, supporting documents as referenced in the footnotes and or the resource list, a visit to the Masakaneng Soup Kitchen, Makete Boutique Hotel and Slaying Witchery and Entertainment Hub, conducted during the final interview at the accused's residence in Polokwane. Additionally, an Enneagram personality type assessment was undertaken. This assessment is primarily suited for coaching purposes, providing insight into core motivational drivers rather than observable behaviors. The information regarding the accused's personality is intended to offer context to his conduct and potential behavior expectations and should not be used to draw definitive inferences, and the judgment serves as a source for facts relating to this matter. Detailed information pertaining to each of the key elements outlined in the Zinn triad, as well as other relevant considerations, will be presented in the following paragraphs. Recommendations and opinions expressed in this report are based on information available.
Can you guys hear fine?
The undersigned social worker reserves the right to amend the recommendations and opinions should additional information become available. Personal circumstances, family background. The accused was born on 3 March 1981 to a single mother. His mother had the loss of 2 children, an older sister accused who passed before his birth, and a younger sister who did not survive the age of 2, resulting in him being raised as only child. His sister, who was one of 9 siblings, resided with at least 6 siblings and their respective children in his grandmother's house, located in the section of Secheo, a township on the outskirts of Wani. At the time of his birth, the extended each
oh man, now they have internet problems.
A modest 4-room home comprising rooms, a lounge, and a kitchen. Routinely converted into.
They're telling us Julius Malema's life story, bro.
To accommodate everyone, the accused environment is very noisy due to the considerable number of occupants in confined space, which led him to value quietness and seek solitude when confronted with excessive noise. Although his grandmother was married at the time of birth, her husband left the family to marry a second wife. The household endured significant financial hardships, subsisting of his grandmother's social grant, his mother's earnings from domestic work, and occasional income from his aunt's temporary jobs. The accused and his cousins were raised together in this environment, learning from an early age to share the limited resources available to them. Despite the challenging socio-economic circumstances of his upbringing, both the accused mother and grandmother consistently modeled a strong commitment to serving others, which profoundly shaped his values and approach to life. His mother, a dedicated Christian, was actively involved in community service through the church, while his grandmother contributed to the well-being of those around her in her role as a traditional healer. These examples established a foundation of communal responsibilities that continues to influence his actions and decisions. The accused grew up in the absence of a father figure, as neither his mother nor his grandmother ever disclosed his father's identity to him. To this day, he remains unaware of who his father is. He left his childhood home in 2001 after being elected president of COSAS and returned to Limpopo in 2003. Upon his return, he established his own residence, but maintained those close ties with his family, particularly his mother and grandmother. By that time, his mother's siblings had relocated to RDP houses, while his mother, who suffered from epilepsy, continued to reside with his grandmother. Following the passing of his mother in October 2006, the accused assumed ongoing responsibility for the care of his grandmother. Although he shared strong bonds with both maternal figures, his relationship with his grandmother was especially close. Her death in May 2019 marked a significant loss, yet he continued to honor and maintain a deep ancestral and spiritual connection with her. From an early age, the accused was instilled with the value of family, consistently spending significant occasions such as Christmas and Easter with relatives in Polokwane. Upon earning his own income, he undertook financial responsibility for his extended family by paying his cousin's school and tertiary education fees, and continues to support their entrepreneurial endeavors. The accused considers himself a mentor and elder brother to his cousins and a son to his aunts. According to his wife, the accused's devotion to his mother and firstborn son, together with his strong...
I think this is them trying to soften the judge's heart. Be like, oh, look at this poor little boy. Grew up with his grandmother and his mother, poor as hell. Just think about the chaos and the suffering.
All collateral sources consistently highlighted the accused's deep family bonds and his active community involvement. The accused's eldest son was born in 2006. Although not married to the child's mother, the accused remained involved in his son's life from birth and continued this involvement following their separation. His son would visit during school holidays and since January 2018 has resided permanently with the accused and his family. He is presently enrolled at the University of the Witwatersrand, pursuing a Bachelor of Arts degree in Philosophy, International Relations and Politics with the intention to further his studies in law. The accused married his wife on 27 December 2014 and together they have two sons aged 9 and 7. Both children attend primary school but are enrolled at different schools. This decision, taken jointly by the accused and his wife, was based on the thoughtful consideration of the children's personalities, needs and best interests, with the aim of allowing each child to develop socially and build independent circles of friends. The accused wife is a dedicated stay-at-home mother, making the accused the financial provider of their household. In recognition of the value of her role, he ensures she receives a monthly allowance, expressing his belief that stay-at-home mothers deserve to be compensated for their contributions. She temporarily paused her career as a qualified financial advisor in the corporate and investment banking sector to focus on raising their children. Nevertheless, she has continued her studies, both to remain intellectually engaged and to prepare for her eventual return to her professional career. Having grown up without a father figure and in a household where parents were not married,
It sounds like it,
he
Brayden.
is committed to provide his children with a family environment he did not experience himself. He plays an instrumental role in their daily lives as he places significant importance on being actively involved with his family and makes intentional decisions to prioritize quality time together. Significant occasions such as his children's birthdays have never been missed. This illustrates his
you already
dedication
started,
to
Debbie.
his family. Understanding the challenges of public life, the
You already
accused is
started.
intentional about protecting his children from undue exposure. He strived to be a present and involved father, ensuring that his children enjoy a ground.
And there, the sound engineer dies. Guy literally just had a heart attack of cringe. And now the sound's crap again. Dude, watching a live stream in South Africa, it's channel surfing back in the day. You have to keep skipping in order to find someone that does it better. Yeah, well. He dead now, boys. This is the sound again. Awkward Leon, yes. It's actually a smaller crowd than I expected it to be. Abaddon, that is true. That guy's like, okay, wait, shit. I'm gonna need a Red Bull for this.
In his high school years, the accused became
He's back,
involved
boys.
with the Congress of South African Students, COSAS, an ANC-affiliated organization representing preterm learners and advocating for improved abolition of corporal punishment, to libraries, and the reduction of high school fees. By the age of 16, he was as the regional chair of COSAS, in Limpopo, and was provincial chairperson in 1997. Upon being appointed national of COSAS in 2001, the accused relocated to Johannesburg. He recounted the challenges of this period, noting that he was young, without a steady income, and needed to secure both accommodation and the means of survival. Once he began earning, he prioritized sending financial support home to those dependent on him. The accused first remunerated role was as provincial secretary of the ANC Youth League in Limpopo, an elected position. Notably, prior to this, he served as branch chairperson of the ANC Youth League in Seshego in 1995, just before his 14th birthday. He was elected president of the ANC Youth League in April 2008 and served until his expulsion in April 2012. Subsequently, 27 July 2013.
Boys, we're only in 2008 now. Like, we're not even close.
14 at the EFF's inaugural elective conference known as the National People's Assembly. The accused was elected as president and commander-in-chief, positions he continues to hold. In addition to his leadership roles within the EFF, the accused has served as member of parliament in the National Assembly since 2014. His parliamentary service includes participation in several committees. He is currently a member of the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interests, the Joint Constitutional Review Committee, the Ad hoc Committee to investigate allegations made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and he acts as a representative of the National Assembly on the Judicial Service Commission. In addition to the noteworthy influence of his mother, and particularly his the accused identified the late political leaders Peter Mokaba and Winnie Madikizela Mandela as key mentors and influential figures throughout his life. Based on the published 2024-2025 salary schedule for members of parliament, he receives an annual remuneration of R1,507,841. Physical and psychosocial aspects. Physical, mental and social aspects. The accused reported no physical or mental health issues, and there is no evidence of substance dependency. During his upbringing, he was not exposed to drugs, and aside from a single instance of experimenting with marijuana, he has abstained from drug use. He stopped smoking.
She's actually talking about when he stopped smoking. What
the? Drug and alcohol abuse. That such substances do not offer solutions to poverty and other challenges. To cope with the demands of his career, the accused relies on the support of his family and friends and finds relaxation in activities such as game drives, listening to music and DJing. He also enjoys playing soccer with his children. As a Pirate supporter, he enjoys attending big matches with friends, colleagues and his children. The accused believes in God, although he does not regularly attend church services except on special occasions. His wife maintains a strong faith. In honor of his mother, who was a long-standing member of his church, he funded the construction of a modern church building, which was officially inaugurated in October.
Christian, that's true, actually.
The accused is widely recognized as a revolutionary, someone who gives voice to the voiceless, upholds the responsibility to assist the poor, and is steadfast in advocating for the oppressed. This is consistent with his personality type, which is characterized by a keen sense of justice and a drive to effect positive change. He is willing to be confrontational when necessary and demonstrates an effective attitude towards both his own and the interest of those he protects. In pursuit of improvement, he maintains high standards for himself and those around him, often described as a perfectionist who is focused and committed to ensuring tasks are completed accurately and within set periods.
Julius Malema is often described as a perfectionist. This is the equivalent of being asked in a job interview, so what are some of your weaknesses? I'm such a hard worker. And I'm a perfectionist, and I'm so anal about getting things right and problem solving. The hell are you talking about?
Situations, and a willingness to advocate openly for his convictions. He is motivated by a commitment to do what he believes is right, with a pronounced desire for justice and the protection of others. The profile further highlights his qualities as a natural leader. In situations of conflict, the accused has shown the capability to set aside personal feelings and focus on
Midnight, take care of yourself, man.
He approaches such engagements robustly, ensuring discussion remain issue-focused rather than personal. Nevertheless, he is also capable of strong emotional responses to conflict, typically manifesting as irritation, frustration, resentment, or self-righteousness, particularly confronted with perceived injustice, disrespect, or wrongdoing. He regularly expresses disagreement with instances that he perceives as abuse of authority by persons in high office. Some of these traits were evident during some of his responses cross-examination and in relation to some of his comments in relation to his guilty verdict. Rather than adhering strictly to established norms, the accused positions himself as a revolutionary intent on changing the political, economic and social systems that are prevalent in the country and internationally. He is comfortable in pursuing alternative approaches, confident in the justification of his actions. Consequently, the accused attracts controversy due to his public statements and the singing of struggle songs. Collateral sources consistently describe the accused as a community-oriented leader who is deeply invested in the well-being of those he represents.
The engineer died again.
The accused himself shared certain details regarding his community involvement. Most of this information was obtained from collateral sources. Where the accused does not personally drive initiatives, projects are generally implemented through the EFF's organizational structure. The accused leverages his influence to mobilize key stakeholders within the community to respond to local needs, often facilitating in-kind contributions to various projects. This approach is intentionally adopted to avoid any perception of financial impropriety. The following was shared with and/or observed by the undersigned social worker. During a visit to the Shushan community, the notable cleanliness and
I don't know, guys. This is torture. No.
Informal settlement, the community benefited from a water supply project funded by local contributions, including the sinking of boreholes to address the inconsistent municipal water provision. The EFF, under the guidance of the accused, supported the community both by supplying water at critical times and by participating in the broader water initiatives, which originated as a grassroots project. Additionally, in May 2024, the Masakaneng Soup Kitchen was established to address food insecurity and alleviate poverty. Operated by volunteers and sustained through community donations, the Soup Kitchen serves...
Can I just say thank you to all of you for being here? If it wasn't for you guys, this would be torture. But reading some of the chat, you guys are amazing. I truly appreciate you.
It was reported that approximately 700 meals are served each day. Furthermore, a water tank installed on the premises ensures wider community access to water.
This sound engineer is insane.
Supply interruptions. And I just want to take a sip of water.
Are we done? No, she's taking a sip of water, so she still has a bit to go, boys. Oh.
Each December, the accused organizes an annual event for matriculants from his former high school, hosting them at a chosen venue such as the Matreti Boutique Hotel, where they are provided with a motivational speaker, meals, refreshments, and a gift for each attendee. This initiative is designed to remove learners from their usual township surroundings. Although this is a personal initiative, the accused actively seeks sponsorships to ensure its success. He has expressed that his intention is to afford the learners experience similar to those of his children, thereby inspiring ambition through exposure to new environments. I'll try to raise it a bit. In reaching out to the elders of the Sesheo community, the accused began by purchasing blankets and slippers for the elderly, later expanding his efforts to delivering food parcels through the EFF. During door-to-door visits in election periods, we observed that many elderly residents lacked proper beds, which led to the launch of an initiative to provide beds, ensuring that no elderly person in these areas sleeps on the floor.
Charles, they don't mention things that's still being built 10 years later.
In the EFF-sponsored pilot training program, several community members have qualified as pilots, including the first female pilot from Sesheo, who achieved this milestone in 2023. On his 44th birthday, the accused donated $200,000 to the Tembisa Child Welfare Society. In November 2025, honouring a previous commitment, the accused handed over a disability-friendly house to a wheelchair-bound member of the Secheo community. Constructed by the EFF, this residence provides dignified and suitable accommodation to an individual who had previously been living in inhumane conditions. Remorse. The accused entered a plea of not guilty to all the charges and, following his conviction, continues to assert his innocence, stating that only a toy firearm was used for discharging the celebratory shots. He has publicly declared his intention to appeal the verdict. Although the accused regards his conviction as wrong, he regrets the incident and the consequent results that people may perceive it as encouragement to handle firearms recklessly. This was not his intent. Criminal behavior and current offence. Intent. Criminal behavior and current offence.
Oh, now it broke again. No. Are we still live or are we not live anymore?
3 October 2019 and made his initial court appearance on 27 November 2019. The trial commenced on 1 March 2022 and concluded with a conviction on 1 October 2025. The aspects of these cases are as follows. Investigations were initiated after a video depicting gunshots fired during the celebration went viral. On 30 July 2018, a spent cartridge was discovered during post-event stadium cleaning. The South African Police Service members
Sorry about that, guys.
overseeing the EFF celebrations reported receiving no information concerning the discharge or simulation of firearms at the event. The accused was identified as the individual who discharged a .223 Norinco rifle. He possessed the rifle solely for the duration of firing the shots, after which it was handed over to another individual. It appears that the accused received
Brenda, don't ask.
someone authorized to
Do not
possess
ask.
and handle it, most likely from Tactical Security Services,
This
who
is
provided security services at the celebration event.
literal torture.
However, no individual was convicted of supply or transferring the firearm to the accused, and the rifle that was shown in court was returned to Tactical Security Services before judgment was delivered in this trial. Following the event, there were no reported injuries or damages to property. All equipment used at the venue was inspected and no damage was recorded. Seriousness of the offences. In assessing the seriousness of the offences, it is necessary to evaluate both the
real
level of actual and potential harm caused by the acts in question, as well as the degree of culpability attributable to the offender. The Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000 prescribes sentences for such offences, including the option of a fine or imprisonment for maximum periods ranging from 5 years up to 15 years. For a first-time offender convicted of possession of an automatic or semi-automatic firearm, the Criminal Law Amendment Act 105 of 1997 stipulates a minimum sentence of 15 years. As noted by Detroit 2020, page 13, the court in S versus Mulahi observed that the enactment of minimum sentence legislation for the illegal possession of automatic or semi-automatic firearms was a response to the frequent use of such weapons.
What's that for again?
Crimes. A central objective of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000 is to curb the proliferation of illegally possessed firearms and to prevent crimes involving firearms by removing such weapons from circulation. This purpose significantly heightens the seriousness of firearm-related offences. However, in the present matter, the considerations mentioned above do not apply and certain mitigating circumstances are evident. The accused obtained the firearm from an individual, most likely affiliated with Tactical Security Services, who was authorized to possess and manage a licensed firearm.
Are you guys hearing this? He is legitimately saying that this case perfectly highlights why gun control is necessary in South Africa, to remove guns from the streets so that this won't happen again. It's like, what are we talking about here?
The accused's possession of the firearm and the single round of ammunition was limited exclusively to the period during which the celebratory shots were fired, which, while not precisely timed, is estimated to have lasted less than 1 minute. Additionally, the Firearms Control Act seeks to uphold the constitutional rights to life and bodily integrity and to penalize the negligent or unlawful use of firearms. In this context, the following considerations are relevant. There is no evidence that the accused intended to cause harm. Nonetheless, the court found that he discharged the firearm in a public space without implementing the necessary precautions to ensure the safety of people and property.
Nice.
By neglecting to take such precautions, it has been said that the accused acted recklessly, thereby endangering the lives of celebrating members, bystanders, and residents of neighboring areas, and risking property damage. Such conduct could have resulted in loss of life. It has also been said that the careless and reckless discharge of firearms in a public setting conveys an inappropriate message about gun safety and responsible firearm use, particularly when a prominent leader exhibits such conduct. The actions of individuals in positions of influence are likely to be emulated by their supporters, thereby warranting a more severe assessment of their behavior. It has already been noted that the accused regrets the incident and the consequent perceptions it might have created. However, there was no evidence indicating any harm to a person or damage to any property. Planning. The firing of celebratory gunshots was deliberately planned as a distinctive element of the event, reflecting the established tradition of incorporating unique features into each celebration. For instance, during the 10th anniversary, the accused approached a section of the stage that elevated into the air while red and gold confetti was released from cannons. Available information does not suggest that the planning of this activity was undertaken with the intention to commit an offence, endanger life, or cause damage to property. Interest of society. The interest of society is upheld by imposing a sentence that delivers the greatest benefit or minimizes potential harm. In considering an appropriate sentence, it is important to consider society's economic stake in the cost of the criminal justice system, ensuring that any punitive measure is justified by the tangible advantages it provides. The objectives of punishment are rooted in the protection and advancement of societal interests, encompassing prevention, deterrence, rehabilitation, and retribution. Prevention. As noted by Blanche, the incapacitation of an offender becomes especially significant when the individual poses a danger to society and when imprisonment is the only means.
He's trying to argue that they can't block him up because he's good for society.
Prevention is not regarded as a primary objective. The accused is a first-time offender, did not act with the intent to cause harm, and no person was injured nor property damaged because of the offence. Furthermore, despite the lapse of many years, no subsequent offences have been committed. Deterrence. There are two recognized forms of deterrence. General deterrence, which aims to dissuade members of the public from engaging in criminal conduct, and individual deterrence, which seeks to prevent the accused from reoffending. The accused's personality profile suggests that his actions are driven by a desire to behave correctly and ethically. He has emphasized his position as the leader of the fourth largest political party, highlighting the considerable influence he holds over young people. He recognizes that he cannot credibly encourage others to respect the law if he himself is found guilty of a criminal offense. This awareness is expected to exert a strong individual deterrent effect. Furthermore, having been tried and convicted is also humiliating to the accused, serving further as an individual deterrent. Justice Edwin Cameron, a retired judge and current inspecting judge of correctional services, wrote in an article dated 9 August 2021 that the most effective deterrent to crime is the certainty of consequences. certainty of investigation, detection, arrest, arraignment, prosecution, and ultimately punishment.
I agree. Let's send you to jail so you learn.
Also affirmed by the highest courts, as reflected in the case of S versus Makonyane, which stated that the greatest deterrent to crime is the likelihood that offenders will be apprehended, convicted, and punished.
Yep.
It is the certainty of punishment rather than the severity of the sentence that is likely to have the greatest deterrent impact. Rehabilitation. Rehabilitation seeks to assist the offender in becoming a law-abiding member of society. While the accused maintains his innocence, he acknowledges the inherent risks of discharging a firearm in a public setting and regrets that the perception could be created that it is acceptable to recklessly discharge a firearm. He is a first-time offender and has not committed any further offences over the past 7 years. These factors, together with the individual deterrents previously discussed, suggest that rehabilitation is not a primary consideration in this case. Retribution. De Blanche asserts that retribution serves as the underlying principle of all sentencing, forming an integral part of the concept that every sentence must be proportionate and appropriate. This determination should be made objectively, considering the Zentrai and the degree
He's
of
begging the church to the court to forgive him. He's like, please,
justice for victims
I won't do it again.
Accountability for blameworthy conduct, but not necessarily through the prison system. The question is asked whether we would not be better served by expanding our idea of what constitutes justice to include ideas of restitution and reparation. The above-mentioned authors further indicate that even if embracing retributive and vengeful instincts is warranted, there is a danger of disproportionate and excessive forms of punishment. In line with these sentiments, qualitative research conducted among legal practitioners has revealed that the justice system currently places excessive emphasis on retribution and relies heavily on imprisonment, often to the detriment of restorative justice alternatives. Sentence options. The determination of potential sentencing options is shaped by statutory requirements governing sentence severity, as previously discussed in relation to the seriousness of the offence, and which indicates the option of a fine and imprisonment. In this context, sentencing objectives remain the primary consideration alongside the accused's personal circumstances, especially when evaluating the appropriateness of a custodial sentence. While recognizing that each offender and offence represent unique factors, reference to certain sentences commonly imposed in comparable cases offers valuable guidance in identifying suitable sentencing options. Sentencing trends. In his analysis of sentencing practices pertaining to the unlawful possession of semi-automatic firearms, the talk examines sentencing trends in the context of the Criminal Law Amendment Act 1997 and the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000. The findings highlighted several key aspects. The implementation of minimum sentencing legislation for the illegal possession of automatic or semi-automatic firearms is linked to the prevalence of such firearms being used in the commission of violent crimes.
Oh man, this is long.
The application of minimum sentences, the specific circumstances under which the possession occurred, as well as the intended purposes of possessing the firearm, are critical in determining whether substantial and compelling
They do, RJ.
exist.
You can do woodwork. Kom Groenewald sal vir hom 'n houtwerktafel gee.
Inclined to impose the prescribed minimum sentence in instances where the accused is also found guilty of other serious offences such as murder and robbery. Considering the facts of this matter, it falls outside the above-mentioned considerations regarding a decision to impose a minimum sentence. Furthermore, in line with the Machongo matter, bearing in mind that no evidence was obtained which suggests that the accused was forewarned about the likelihood of the application of a minimum sentence, it is respectfully submitted that a minimum sentence is not applicable. Despite warnings in the press with regards to dangers of celebratory gunfire, No case law on conviction or sentencing for discharging a firearm for celebratory purposes could be found, indicating that charges are not generally instituted in this regard. The accused may be the first person charged for discharging a firearm for celebratory purposes. Annexure 2 of this report referenced judicial decisions concerning the discharge of a firearm in public or incidents of reckless endangerment to persons or property. Consistent with the sentencing provisions outlined in the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, prevailing judicial trends indicate that sanctions consist of a fine and/or a wholly suspended term of imprisonment. However, where the discharge of a firearm resulted in injury to another individual, courts have deemed direct imprisonment to be an appropriate sentence. In the matter referred to in the South African Human Rights Commission and another versus Malema and another, the court deemed the fine to be an appropriate sanction, notwithstanding the fact that the firearm was discharged in a conflict situation. Conversely, in the Oscar Pistorius case, where the firearm was discharged not only in a public setting but also within a confined space, thereby heightening the risk of harm to individuals and property, the court found that a wholly suspended term of imprisonment was justified. Imprisonment, whilst the state's view on an appropriate sentence is uncertain, it is necessary to address relevant information relating to imprisonment.
Debbie, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. I'm Superman, who's better? Personally, Batman. I like Batman more.
Except for in the most extreme cases, imprisonment remains a terrible thing.
Dude, at this point, I would go to jail just to see some action. This is nonsense. This is taking so long.
Emotional, psychological, and physical domains. Since the family is often considered the foundation of society, any harm inflicted on it may worsen societal problems and contribute to elevated crime rates. In this light, Cameron et al. Advocate for comprehensive reforms within the criminal justice system, particularly the prison system, to enhance public safety and foster a healthier society for all. With regard to the accused's personal circumstances, several key factors warrant consideration. The accused is the main financial provider for his family. Therefore, a custodial sentence would directly threaten the family's financial
stability. He's too stressed, AJ, to sleep.
3 children aged 99 and 7, and husband to his wife. As an actively involved parent with a strong family orientation, his absence would disrupt his children's and wife's emotional, social, and psychological well-being.
Yes, they would, because you broke the law. Your kids losing their father is your fault, you idiot.
12 months without the option of a fine, he will be rendered ineligible to serve as a member of the National Assembly. This disqualification will persist for 5 years following the completion of the sentence, thereby restricting his ability to represent his constituency during this period. The accused enjoys notable support within the South African society, with many subscribing to his philosophy and expressing confidence in his leadership within key institutions such as the National Assembly. His removal from office would inevitably create a void for the communities he represents, potentially diminishing their voices and the hopes they
Scott Kelly, thanks for the £5. Really appreciate you. That is pounds, right? Yeah. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
Interrupted, placing the continuity and sustainability of ongoing projects at risk to the detriment of the community. Considering the facts of this case and the personal circumstances of the accused, it is necessary to carefully assess whether any form of imprisonment would constitute the most appropriate or just outcome. Evaluation. The purpose of the evaluation is to assess the risk of recidivism and to identify key factors that may inform and guide sentencing decisions. The following are considered protective factors which substantially reduce the risk of reoffending. Strong social support. The accused learned the importance of family from a young age, continued to maintain close family relations, and relies on the support of his family when necessary. resilience, coping abilities and thinking skills evidenced through a progressive career trajectory despite challenging childhood circumstances. Low risk in terms of criminal history. The accused, the 44-year-old first-time offender, committed the offence at the age of 37 and fully cooperated with court for 5 years. He has not reoffended since. Pro-social behaviour as indicated by his active community involvement. Although not part of the sentence, any form of pain or discomfort an offender suffers as a result of committing a crime can be seen as punishment and moral retribution. The following is noted in this regard. The lapse of more than 7 years between the commission of the offence and conviction is regarded as a mitigating factor. Beyond the financial burden, the court in S versus Michelle acknowledged the considerable mental anguish experienced by appellants who endured prolonged uncertainty regarding their future, recognizing this as a relevant consideration, and humiliation and public shame having been morally declared of having done something wrong. Although the accused maintains his
Are they hoping the judge dies of old age? Like, what's the plan? What's the strategy here?
Would undermine his ability to credibly promote respect for the law, notably diminishes the likelihood of reoffending. As a revolutionary, the accused frequently challenges established conventions, while his readiness to address perceived injustice may continue to invite controversy and potential legal scrutiny. These actions alone do not necessarily heighten the risk of him reoffending unless future legislation criminalizes specific behaviors such as hate speech. Conclusion, given that all 5 charges stem from a single incident and video footage shows
I don't know.
that the accused did not load the firearm, it is recommended that the
But that's how it works. Your Honor, I have not killed anyone since I last killed someone. You must let me go.
The seriousness of the offences, societal interest, and relevant legislation and case law, the following
Gensen, how you doing, bro?
proposal is made. Impose a fine that reflects the gravity of the offences with the fine suspended to encourage continued lawful behaviour. Restrict the accused from obtaining a firearm licence for a specific period as an ongoing deterrent. Require the accused to make a monetary donation as restitution to Gun Free South Africa, an NGO focused on reducing gun violence in South Africa. It is acknowledged and accepted that the duty to impose an appropriate sentence rests with the Honourable Court.
He wants the judge to only slap a fine on him. He'll pay some money to Gun Free South Africa. That'll be the end of it.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Chantal, yeah, I mean, that is really not leaving anything out on your Tinder profile.
That is correct.
You also, as I understand, you reported the
Yeah.
That is correct.
RJ, that is just about that. Your Honor, I didn't do it. Trust me, bro.
That is correct, Your Worship.
And now this idiot is asking her whether she meant what she just said.
Which you obtained in 1986, an MA in social work in 1999, and an LLB in 2005. You then have a postgraduate certificate, econometric assessments in 1999, Perspective Training College, and you're a certified Enneagram practitioner from 2023, a procedure that you referred to in this report.
That is correct.
Then could you take us through 2.2, please, your professional membership and status?
So I am registered as a social worker with the South African Council for Social Service Professions, with my registration number noted. Also a member and a member of the National Executive Board for the South African Associations for Social Worker in Private Practice. I was admitted to practice as an advocate on 21 August 2006, however never practiced, and is a non-practicing member of the National Bar Council of South Africa, and also registered as non-practicing with the Legal Practice Council. I've been appointed as a member of the 5th Professional Board for Social Work in 2022.
As are your memberships, can you take us through your experience, please?
Yeah, how my bro.
Social worker since 1997. Started my career at the Kroonstad Correctional Services Facility. It was interrupted thereafter doing work.
They were getting hurt in the profile.
Family organisation. I have thereafter worked another 6 years for the Department of Correctional Services. During my department of correctional services, I worked with sentence offenders and both in prison and serving community-based sentences. And with the introduction of correctional supervision as a sentencing option, I established the function rendering these reports to the court for the Wynberg and Randburg magistrate courts at the time. I have, since my resignation from the Department of Correctional Services in 1999, continued to do pre-sentence report on a part-time capacity in my private capacity.
I feel sorry for the people who have to stand the whole time.
Of expertise, which include children's court investigations, family mediation, student supervision, supervision of student supervisors.
Steve.
That is correct, Your Worship. And then alongside the part-time private practice, I've also worked in the corporate environment where I have been trained and had extensive experience in risk management, which I found to be contributing and beneficial to my work as a social worker.
And you were employed previously by the Department of Correctional Services for 9 years.
That is correct.
And the Christian Social Council for 3 years.
That
Feels like it's sick, puppy.
And it says here you have 26 years of private practice experience, mostly in the part-time capacity.
Correct.
You've then given a list of matters in which you provide a pre-sentence report. On page 40, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Worship.
And then at page 41, that's an annex that you refer to in the report. And you refer to sentencing trends. Where you've had regard to particular reported and unreported cases and the convictions, circumstances and sentences that were imposed in those various cases.
That is correct.
And that can take us through to even page 42.
Yeah, my bro. What's er net hier?
You'd like to add in relation to the sentencing of this accused before this other report.
AJ, thanks for the 40. Really appreciate you, sir. But Julius Malema only works with white people.
Report perhaps just the observation, and I think during my experience and working with the accused, his respect and the importance of respect to him,
Steph, that is kind of funny.
And when I look at the seating of the people, it seems like the elders.
You're turning, I'm going to correct it, Bishop. I'm sorry, you're speaking to her worship, but now there's a problem because you're talking in that direction. It's impossible to hear.
Sorry, Your Worship.
Can you just repeat? I beg your pardon if you can go back,
in the context of my experience of the importance of respect to the accused, when I just noticed the seating in the court, it seems also that the elders, which is a very important community to him, and seating was preferenced. It's just an observation, but nothing else to be added to my report.
In other words, respect for elders.
Respect in general for people, but specifically for the elders.
Yeah, the judge and the attorneys are loving this. Every minute this woman speaks is just ding, 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 ding. Georgian, how you doing? Thank you for the 14. Really appreciate you. Yeah, hey, it's a tough economy here. She's just putting out her CV and hoping someone hires her.
Is that when it comes to incarceration, And I haven't done the detail or had any detail about it, but the reference to the book by Cameron and et al. Deals with the
She's probably at the end going to share her Instagram page. Just in case, you know, maybe there's some guy out there that wants a wife. So this is the part where she applies for jobs, or at least tells people what she can do, and then at the end, Instagram page for, you know, the boyfriend.
But that there are certain matters where a custodial sentence would not necessarily be the only appropriate option, specifically where it wouldn't serve all the purposes of punishment.
Oh, Kyle, that was torture.
The preference would always be that imprisonment would be where...
that was torture. Listening to that judge basically repeat everything.
A key purpose of punishment. But other than that, I think the circumstances of a case would dictate it. So when I look at this as compared to the other cases of a more serious nature, there were I couldn't find any intent that the weapon was used or obtained with the aim of committing any other offences. It was specifically for the purpose of the celebratory shots. It was in his possession for a very, very short period of time, making it very distinguishable from all the other cases where
so it was a gun?
Would be imposed.
Aligned to that answer, there are two aspects that come to mind. Firstly, the issue of recidivism. You've highlighted in your report the fact that since the date of the commission of this offence, there have been no other charges of any nature levelled against the accused. Are you aware of any other incidents in which he's been cited or referred to as having been in possession of a firearm illegally or firing shots in public in an illegal manner?
For celebratory purposes?
For any purpose. Are you aware of him ever being involved subsequent to this event in the firing of any firearms thereof?
I'm not aware of any other cases being brought against the accused.
And then, finally, you've said it in your report, but I think it's something that requires highlighting. Were you, in your research, able to find any cases that dealt with the discharge of firearms in public areas in celebratory events?
Are they suggesting that I could say, this is my first ever bank robbery, and since robbing this bank, I've never robbed the bank again, so you should let me go? Is this the defense that they're running?
Cases dealing with a person being accused or sentenced, or any challenges of sentences or convictions in this regard. I have, however, seen warnings in the press where people are often warned about the risks and the seriousness about it, asking people not at New Year's, at celebrations, to do that. I also picked up an article indicating that at the funeral of the late Winnie Madikizela Mandela, afterwards there were shots fired from her home in a celebratory context. I'm not sure if anyone was arrested in that regard. I haven't found any information to that extent.
Oh, yes, yeah, sorry. Yes. As a form of celebration, I robbed this bank. But it's the only bank I've robbed, Your Honor. Justin, 35, really appreciate you. Thank you. You're so kind. Yeah, this was my first ever bank I robbed. I'm a first-time offender. And I was celebrating robbing a bank. Are we done now? Like, can we get on to the 15 years in jail, please?
I'm very tempted to start with my cross-examination, but I've lost a few pages where the witness has testified, just for the sake of thoroughness and completeness, because I did get the report only this morning, to go through it again to ensure that I haven't missed anything regarding this particular report, because the witness did testify quite fast. Thank you. I need an adjournment, if I can. I don't want to say 15 minutes for the pages. It is a huge document. We also didn't have a tea break. If you can make it a little bit longer, maybe by 20 minutes, Your Worship.
Oh my goodness. Well, at least we get a break. We can go make some coffee and then we'll be back.
After we return, so that we can.
I'm just looking at them. I'm trying to show them. Yes, I'm just trying to show them.
Okay, just keep that in mind. Will you just please, since I'm not close.
RWS, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, sir.
Yes, Yoshi. I might be ready even quicker than that. I just need to be certain.
Yeah.
Yeah, by 12:15, you should be fine. Ready.
Oh, imagine if someone actually said that in court. Your Honor, ek moet gaan poef. Kan ons asseblief? Gathasper, how you doing, bro?
Thank you, Yoshi.
Yes, Yoshi. Thank you, Yoshi.
How long are we breaking for now? Gaan dit op gooi ek deur, sien wat lank Lelari, jy's nie verkeerd nie. Ek wil huis toe gaan na mamma toe. Hey, is dit nie koer... Is nie koer daar nie. All right, so we're breaking. How long are we breaking for?
There you have it.
Does anyone know what time should we be back?
12:15 in the
12:15
hearing of the
okay.
EFF leader Julius.
Well, guys, go
Malema
make some
there,
coffee.
Just to allow
go
the
make some
prosecution to get acquainted with the
food or whatever you need to do because we'll be back at 12:15. That's in about 25 minutes from now. So we'll be back in about 25 minutes. So yeah, go do something. I'm going to take a break as well. Just walk around for a bit. You know, I still have not showered. I usually shower as soon as I get home. I haven't had time because we've just been doing this crap and they're just wasting more and more of my time. But yeah, I'll see you guys probably in about... I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Okay, so have fun and go grab some coffee, grab a drink. I need to go take some painkillers. My tooth is killing me. So yeah, I'll be right back, boys. I'm back. Abaddon, I had to take a bit of a break. This is torturous. No, I went to go make coffee and I had to take some painkillers for my tooth. And I bought clove oil because apparently it works. The only problem is it gives you the same sensation as the local anesthesia that the dentist gives you, and I hate that feeling. Absolutely despise that feeling. So this entire side of my mouth is numb. Steph, yes, it tastes like absolute ass. It's insane how an ingredient that goes so well in food tastes so terrible on its own. Like, just absolutely abysmal. Daniel, I don't know. My appointment is on Monday. So I'll find out on Monday exactly what's wrong with my tooth. But to be fair, I'm a pretty crap patient, I guess you could say, because I hardly ever go, even though I should go. So I've had a cracked tooth for probably more than a year now at this point, but it wasn't giving me trouble, so I just sort of left it. And I think it's that one that has started to cause trouble now. So now I have to go and fix it, and I'm probably going to have to fix a lot of teeth. The big thing is, I have been told I need braces for 20 years now, and I still haven't gotten braces because I just keep going, I'll do it later. So I'm probably going to have to do that as well. Are you on with your Warhammer reading, by the way? I haven't read in a while, actually. Have it on. Debbie, I'll find out on Monday. Like, nothing's been given yet. This was the soonest that I could get an appointment. I phoned like 4 or 5 dentists, and all of them are like, "We're full." This was the soonest that they could see me. So right now, I'm just sort of making do until Monday. Tough. He might want to fire his legal team, but the fact of the matter is, there's only so much you can do. You know, like I realize that EFF voters don't believe that they should ever have to face the consequences of their actions. I realize that that's a sickness in South Africa in general. The ANC refuses to face the consequences of their own actions. Instead, they just blame apartheid for every single mistake that they make. The EFF refuses to face the consequences of their own actions, regardless of what happens. They just scream white imperialists when it suits them. But the fact of the matter is, if you're a lawyer working with Julius Malema, where there's actual video evidence of you firing a rifle, what the hell are you supposed to do? You know, as the lawyer there, what are you supposed to do? Now, I realize a lot of people say, it was a toy gun. It was a toy gun. I mean, we have the evidence, right? It's not like this comes out of nowhere. Let me show you. For those who say it's a toy gun. That's not a toy gun. Toy guns don't have muzzle flashes. And blanks don't have that kind of muzzle flash. That's a gun, right? You can see that there's recoil on that gun. So anyone that makes the argument, they even try desperately to swing this as an AI edited video. And it's like, wait, what are you talking about? This video came out, it says 7 years there, but it's almost 8 years. Because last year already it was 7 years. Because I remember covering it last year. And this was long before the first AI came out that was capable of creating video like this, right? The real cheese with the 140 Rand donation. Truly appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This chat message is the same color as your coffee cup. Cheers. Real cheese. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're not cycle with blanks. It's real. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Blanks don't cycle automatic, not with a semi automatic. Pure corruption, not mistakes. Oh yeah, but Hein, I'm not even talking about. I'm talking about just the sheer ineptitude of their handling of the economy. There's plenty of corruption. Like almost every single government on earth has corruption, right? And corruption is going to be prevalent no matter where you go. But the stupidity of the ANC, there's no way you can make any other argument for it. And what's worse is when the ANC proposes some kind of new legislation, we warn them. They're warned beforehand, this will destroy the economy. And then they go on and they do it. And then when the economy doesn't work, what do? Oh, it's apartheid. It's like, well, actually, no, it's all of these other times that you have passed laws that have destroyed the economy that is causing the economy to be destroyed. It's really annoying. I do drink coffee, yes. This is coffee right now. Impectocracy. Ineptocracy. Ineptocracy. So it's basically a government of ineptitude. From Latin ineptus, unsuitable, and Greek kratia, rule, is a pejorative term for a government or system run by the least competent, capable, or qualified individuals, often leading to poor decisions. Yeah, that pretty much is South Africa in a nutshell, no? Liesel, you have missed absolutely nothing. You've missed nothing. What has happened thus far is that we've heard from a witness, basically a social worker and a psychologist that's been speaking to Julius Malema. And Julius Malema is making the argument that he was only firing the gun, but it was a toy gun. But even so, it was a gun that he fired in celebration. And it was his first gun that he's fired in celebration. And he hasn't fired a gun again in celebration. So therefore, he must be innocent. And then he tried to make an argument that, we should look at when we sentence people, because sentencing is about serving the society and the community. And since he is a servant of the community, sentencing him would harm the community, not help the community. So basically, just a bunch of crap. What do you mean? She missed out on. Oh yeah, of course. Yes, you also missed out on, as someone in chat described it, his entire Tinder profile. Everything he has ever done. Like, we now know that he was brought up by his mom and his grandmother. Apparently, his grandmother was incredibly religious, even though she was a traditional healer. Those two are not compatible, FYI. Like, if she's a Christian, she cannot be a traditional healer, because traditional healers invoke the ancestors. That's, again, not compatible with Christianity. We then also found out that he's always cared deeply about the poor because his grandmother was poor. All sorts of crap. He puts the toilet down when he pees. Yeah, he's a model citizen, actually. Oh yeah, Daniel. Excuse me. How could I forget? He also quit smoking, which should count for something. You know, he's a good man. Never thought that his most sacred intimidation tactic can send him to jail. But Heinrich, that's oftentimes the funny thing about evil, is how evil lays its own destruction. You see it all over the world. This is always the most interesting thing about people who make claims, for example, that God cannot be real because look at all the suffering in the world. But when you actually look at evil, the downfall of evil is almost always woven by the evil itself. Like, they create the very factors that ultimately sort of unravel them. This is true if you look at Minneapolis. What happened there with the incredible corruption scandals that's currently happening in California, the corruption scandals that happen. These Democrat leftists have literally woven their own destruction into the system. And that's the problem. As soon as you start pulling at one of the threads, the whole thing unravels. Oh, Angie, they didn't speak about the VBS money. Franco, dit is al reeds aan vir 'n ruk, maar hulle het nou gebreek vir teebreek. They're supposed to be back in 2 minutes, so most probably couldn't spell VBS. True. Oh man, this is taxing. Oh, this is taxing. Yeah, but Robot, I'm giving them 10 extra minutes because it is South African time. You know, like in South Africa, you always have to give a bit of extra time. But it is, in my opinion, who said this? Someone said this once. I'm trying to remember exactly what the quote was. It's about measuring the health of a society. Gubbers, how you doing, man?
Go to page 41 and 42, that's the last 2 pages of your report where you basically stated the cases that you were involved in and the sentences that you were imposed and so on. Firstly, I'm going to speak about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first case is on page 41. Do you still have reports of those cases with you? It will be interesting to see how this report has been passed before the need to compare it with your current report. Because in most of these reports, in my experience, they are copy and paste jobs.
Why are we getting all these secondary sounds coming through?
Can you go to page 40? You're referring to Quirk case. What was can you still remember the facts of that particular Quirk case that you dealt with? You're referring to Quirk case. What was can you still remember the facts of that particular Quirk case that you dealt with?
Who has been used to the terrorizing giving up this children's law and had connections in the sense that the person was not helpless and that there would be no help to reach out to the police because of the deceased person's connections. And then there was some a number of mitigating factors that played a role and contributed to the incident.
The sound engineer is out of his mind.
What was your recommendations in that matter?
The recommendation in that matter was to have a reduced sentence, either to 76 or to 76 as the circumstances and contributed and considering some of the detail
What was your recommendations in that matter?
The recommendation in that matter was to have a reduced sentence, either to 76 or to 76
Now we're getting to...
So in other words, you recommended one of the sentences in a murder case. Basically, you recommended that a non-custodial sentence be imposed, one of the sentence options in such a serious offense, such as murder.
Considering the specific circumstances of that particular case, there were a number of other murder cases that are also done where...
So in other words, you recommended one of the sentences in a murder case, basically you recommended that a non-custodial sentence be imposed. Do you know if this Quirk matter was ever taken on appeal and what was the outcome thereof? I would have loved to know. Yes, because the sentence, I find it from my experience, that is not usually the kind of sentences that are or imposed in murder cases. This Quirk matter was ever taken on appeal and what was the outcome thereof? So in Lawton and Ranger, I see the accused was charged there with attempted kidnapping, attempted murder, culpable homicide. I think you are referring here, you said he was found guilty, accused 2 and 3, yeah. Was
so no, what's happening here?
Kidnapping, culpable homicide.
So just quickly to explain what's happening here, this is the prosecutor that is now calling out the witness, at least from what I understand. They're now basically saying this witness in another court case where there was murder also argued for a reduced sentence for the murderer. So they're trying to show that this is not a credible witness. This person that the defense got is not credible.
Well, it is, there were a lot of detail about the case. It was probably considered to be something like it was a cold case, another case, and the charges were as it is. The person were disappeared, and her body was later found. The remains of a letter was found in the house that's been renovated, confessing to the murder, and the investigation started after that. So obviously considering this and the circumstances again,
Robert Blue, yes.
the matter and the circumstances of the accused, the main accused, my conviction at the time was that imprisonment would be the only option to consider long-term imprisonment.
Listening to the facts, as you explained it, that's not the Rasuki matter where the lady was found after. Is that not the case you're referring to? Yes. Can you recall what was your recommendations? You said.
She wasn't found, the remains were found after they had received the letter confessing to the murder.
So you did recommend that the lesser term of which one was your
I
client?
had a conclusion to say that imprisonment was the only long-term option.
And you say you don't know what was the term of imprisonment that was imposed.
For the two characters, not for the main.
Less than 5 years, and they were charged, you said, with culpable homicide. Why would that be culpable homicide when this is actually a murder case that we're dealing with?
I think the term of imprisonment for the first against the government was 3 years. I can't recall.
There's a request that you speak louder.
I'm sorry. Apologies.
Then I want to deal with the third case in you're referring to a coup where the person was charged with negligent use of a firearm causing injury to somebody, discharge of a firearm in a built-up area or any public place, assault with the intent to do grievous bodily harm, pointing of a firearm. I see there's a written conflict situation. It was probably your brief. I see there's a written conflict situation. It was probably your brief description of the situation or the facts of the case. Can you still recall that?
High level, that was a state of conflict situation. It was two, would I call it, rivalry families being in conflict situation.
It's not much better, but it is a little better. It just comes out of 1 year more than the other.
Conflict spread over to a public place, and where the incident occurred.
And I note, what was your recommendations in that matter?
I know it was one non-custodial. Whether it was specifically a fine, I can't remember. But again, considering not only the facts of the case, but also the personal circumstances and the mitigating circumstances of the accused. Only after part of that, I can't remember all the detail, was also a lot of harassment from the other family to his family, a lot of
description of
harm and psychological, not only the facts of the case, but also the personal circumstances.
It doesn't matter where you go, it's all crap.
And after part of that...
Would you agree with me? You have already now mentioned in 2 instances where serious charges have been faced by the accused, where your recommendations was basically either non-custodian, and in the murder one, you recommended 276 H or I. H meaning at home, he must serve it at home. H meaning he must serve it in custody in a murder matter, which means the maximum sentence when you do impose I is 5 years imprisonment. In this case, it's such a serious case, I see you note that the fine was 50,000 rand that the person had to pay. You're also referring to the Bezos matter. It says it's a private prosecution, assault with intent to do grievous bodily harm. You said it was a not guilty plea from the little note. I don't want to go through your report. Do you know the facts of that particular case? And what was your recommendations relating to that case? You're also referring to the Bezos matter. It says it's a private prosecution, assault with intent to do grievous bodily harm.
I don't know what's happening with the sound, man. At this point, it's anyone's case.
And what was your recommendations relating to that case?
Shortly, facts were that it was domestic relationships related domestic fight, and the wife was different today. The person wasn't prosecuted, approached before him, and a private prosecution followed. And you considering apart from the cases. So these cases, we have here a number of others that I've done, but I would select specifically because of that. Although it's serious, the different circumstances to this case.
Sorry.
Personal circumstances and mitigating circumstances, because it's different from cases in general that you have. Cases in general, I have numerous murder cases where it is really the purpose of deciding what are the mitigating circumstances in related to
Are you telling me this is the best they can do with sound? These guys have millions of dollars of funding.
Thompson, we're going to get you. We're jumping the gun. We're going to get
and ordinary YouTubers in their homes have better sound.
To attend to these cases. I first need you to answer this question where I specifically asked, what was the facts of this case? What was your recommendations? That was the question.
It would have been non-custodial, but I can't recall the recommendations.
The facts?
Domestic incident of violence where the person was injured. No prosecution followed. There was a long process prior to that. It would have been non-custodial, but I can't recall the exact recommendations. The person was convicted, and the facts was a domestic incident of violence.
Also non-custodial. You said it's a female that was injured, who's the complainant in this matter, yet still you recommended a non-custodial sentence. It basically in a gender-based violence.
Sydney, you say how so?
And in which the person was convicted, and
the fine that was imposed was 100,000 rand or 12 months imprisonment. And then you also note that 6 months correctional supervision, performed 20 hours community service at a shelter for abused woman. What was the reason for you to make such a recommendation in instances where there was some domestic violence and domestic issues, that this was proper?
We tried, Lois, not that much better.
What was your recommendation? It's also unfortunate. I also would love to have a look at those reports. Then we go into Sekwati. You refer there as an arson, malicious injury to property. I also want the same question as before. Your facts, your recommendations.
Oh my goodness. This is never going to go anywhere.
Then we go into Sequati. We refer there as an arson, malicious injury to property. I also want the same question as before. Your facts, your recommendations. Yes.
Facts of the case where it was an incident, a domestic fight. So it then spread from the relationship and a very difficult relationship that were done. And the recommendation again was non-custodial, specifically considering that she is also a primary caregiver of 2 children. At the time, she also, the one child was her biological child, the other one was a foster child. So giving further comfort that if she's been considered appropriate to have a foster child, there were not any other red flags making her a danger to any other person.
The sentence you said they recommended non-custodial because you explained that she was a caregiver and so regardless of the seriousness of the offense.
Now the sound guy is giving us the stadium effect.
So I can't, if I recall correctly, the recommendation was a period of imprisonment suspended with a condition of correctional supervision. The court opted to
Sonia, yes. I think that's exactly what's happening here.
Yes, almost to the letter adhering to your recommendations. Isn't that so?
That one was not really to the letter, but yes, it was close.
Do you know, I still remember a case, I don't know whether you know, during the Feast Must Fall, one of the gentlemen took a petrol bomb and he threw it into one of the police vehicles, and he got 8 years direct imprisonment, if my memory serves me correctly, for almost the exact same offense that he committed.
Circumstances sound very different. A fire was lit in the house. It was nothing throw at something. If we talk about the arson, there were no injuries and there were no one in the house.
My idea is that if you were the one assessing, you would have had a much better outcome than the one that you had, where to serve actually direct imprisonment.
I wouldn't be able to say whether it's so because I do not have the details of the matter and his personal circumstances.
It's going to take me a while to go through this, but I want to do just the second page and then I want to stop there because it's quite a number of cases, but you already see where I'm getting at. Is that correct? Referring to Nene versus the state, where the accused was sentenced or charged with murder and reckless dangers to a person and property. A security guard, can you just go again? The facts of the case, your recommendation.
What page are you in?
I'm now on the page 41.
Okay, so on page 41, just for context, Your Worship, I looked at trying to find, I've previously already mentioned, I couldn't find any cases.
Vibing, how are you doing? Thanks for the 35, really appreciate you.
Similar to this one, where shots were fired in a celebratory extent, so I was looking for cases where firearms were discharged and similar type of charges, although the context is different, to get an idea of what the sentences are. And this is just really to say these are the things that I looked at. It's not cases that I've dealt with.
Okay. But on the 5 that you've already, that I showed you, you already picked up the pattern that
I'll answer you in a second, Vibing.
You made certain recommendations and most of them were almost followed. Is that correct? In very serious cases.
Based on the cases that are selected to show there are exceptional circumstances, yes, that would be the pattern. If I had expanded the list and selected cases where the circumstances were not so exceptional,
thanks, Brendan,
you might have come to a different conclusion. But I have not done that.
So it's only the cases with exceptional circumstances that are referred to you.
Some of them. There may be others. I had to to have a look as to which were these type of cases where the
Which guy,
circumstances
Laurie?
were exceptional, despite the seriousness of the crimes.
Do you regard the issue of the gentleman I just referred you to, about the one who was protesting for fees must fall, for free fees for students, in the heat of the moment throwing a petrol bomb as he's running around, being a young gentleman, still a student, throwing the petrol bomb in the police van? You don't regard that as like those exceptional circumstances?
I wouldn't know, because I do not have the full picture in terms of what happened, what contributed to it, what is his personal circumstances.
Sean, to quickly put this into context, what he's doing here is actually, it's annoying, but from a matter of law, it's actually very intelligent. So what he's doing here is he's effectively going case by case on all of the cases that she has presented evidence, and he's saying, in each of these cases, where in some of them there were actual murders happening, in others there were things like actual arson happening, you continuously argue for lesser sentences. So every single time when the maximum sentence is, say, 15 years in prison, you will give a recommendation to the judge that says, no, it should be 5 years, or it should be probation, or it should be this. And he's basically asking her, what was your reasons for all of those cases? Like, why did you do this? So that the judge can kind of see, oh, okay, wait, there's something here, right? This person is consistently just sort of circumventing the law and lessening the sentences. So he's basically making an argument that she does not agree with the justice system and therefore continuously tries to undermine it. Now, Vibe and Viking, to your question, it all depends on the judge, right? So the judge could say guilty, 15 years in prison, and then Julius Malema goes, well, I appeal this, and then the judge could say, okay, well, you're still going to serve your sentence whilst you appeal. They will then ask for bail, and the judge can grant it or deny it. Most judges will grant bail, so effectively his sentence will be sort of, he'll have to be on parole while he's appealing. And this is usually a way that the rich and the famous get away with stuff, because the appeal can take another 10 years, and then when it finally comes down, they'll be like, well, 10 years have already effectively been served off the sentence because you were busy appealing it, and so it's sort of loopholes, but it all depends on the judge, ultimately.
Report with your LLB and all your qualifications.
People with limited means would also be. I have been approached previously for cases where I have accommodated that on request of the legal representative to do a report at a reduced price for people with limited means. And yes, even though you do not want me to state the specific amount that I generally ask, I can confirm that it is, for my appearance, the court, the investigation, everything, it is below 20,000 rand. Way below.
Laurie, I definitely don't think he's the greatest attorney on earth. I've seen much better. But I understand his plan of attack here, right? So I sort of understand what he's going on about. Even though I do think it's a bit of overkill, I don't think he needs to go that deep. But then again, I was accepted for law at Potchefstroom University, but I never actually went. So I'm not a lawyer. I just follow it sort of loosely, so I wouldn't know.
Basically, given that all 5 charges stem from a single incident and video footage, the accused did not know the
Vibing probably not,
It's
no.
recommended that the charges be considered collectively for sentence after a thorough assessment of the accused's personal circumstances, the seriousness of the offence, societal interest, the relevant legislation and case law. The following sentence proposal is made. Impose a fine that reflects the gravity of the offence, with the fine suspended to encourage continued lawful behavior. 91.2, you said restrict the accused from obtaining a firearm license for a specific period.
Well, that's the sound engineer tasting something brand new.
To make
What the hell is this? Like, oh my goodness, this guy is genuinely having the time of his life with his little soundboard. I wonder how they'll feel about this little sound.
way out of jail in this conclusion. Is that not correct?
What I am concluding is that jail may not be the necessary approach to go. There is a reason that there are fines. The Act prescribes the fines, and one can then argue that every person who can afford it can pay the jail their way out. Where it is one of the allowed options within the Violence Control Act for these contraventions.
So the more affluent ones must remain outside jail, the poor ones must go straight to jail because they can't afford to.
I don't know what's happening anymore. This just seems like a joke.
You're free to leave, but no one will disrupt the court proceedings in any manner. The ones who sit down and you are quiet, you remain. The rest, I will order to leave, without exception. Understood? It's your choice. I won't ask again.
Sean, you're in South Africa. That was your mistake.
Your Worship, the fact that a person can afford a fine, if it's a severe fine, doesn't make it less of a punishment. And the converse of that is then where a fine would have been appropriate if you are an affluent person and can afford it.
Yeah, I'm voting Yaguzo.
Be afforded because of the section that may be created and therefore go to jail. If there are other circumstances that would say maybe that is not necessarily the only option.
Laurie, the woman speaking here is a witness for the defense. She is a social worker and a therapist. This is what happens when China builds your infrastructure. This is torture.
And if a person is affluent and the case is serious, a heftier fine can be imposed. The fact that a person is more affluent.
Here we go, boys. Bit of entertainment while we listen.
Lezi indaba zehora lokuqala sekwethulela zona bukhoma ekomkhulu le-SABC e-Auckland Park eGoli mbukele nazi ezinohlonze emini nje.
Oh my goodness.
Ziqalile namhlanje.
I'm going to read from some of the cases.
Oh my.
Hold some of the cases because I was preparing basically for argument at the end. I'm going to put it before the court. I want to show you where the facts are exactly, almost very close to the exact case where people had to go to jail and the periods that they have to go to jail.
Namhlanje kubanjwa inkonzo yesikhumbuzo yabafundi abayi.
Oh, for the love of... Let's find another one that we can listen to, shall we? We've listened to theirs. It does not sound well.
Almost very close.
I'll play this while I look for another one.
Confirmed, it's not a practice note. There's an article that was handed to my colleague, Mr. Toby, by the prosecutor. I haven't read it as such, I've actually brought it. It's actually referred to in the witness's report as well, so there's no objection. There's a continuous of the one I don't understand if the nature of the request is just handed to worship to read it, or to read it.
In the beginning, Listen properly. The judge looks like I feel.
Just to continue, but I have to observe the rights of everyone being in court, and we may need a refreshment or to eat or what. So do we decide on an hour or do we
Oh my.
shorten the period? The state, you can inquire, maybe just pause the report for now because it will just be cluttered with us deciding on time. The media is still on, it's just the report that's on.
Now they're going for lunch.
May you just please give me an indication? The media may also speak up. Only once.
Half past one.
Everyone in agreement say yes. Everyone not in agreement be quiet. Half past, sorry?
Half past one.
Okay, fine. Suitable for everyone? Going.
Did she say 1:30? I think she said 1:30, right? Okay. To be fair, though, I had a sneaky suspicion that we're probably not going to get an actual verdict today because it is called a pre-sentence trial, which, if all things go well, you could get to the sentencing immediately. But more often than not, this is where they take up an insane amount of time for all manner of nonsense. So I had kind of suspected that something to this effect may happen. Drag it out for as long as possible. Well, the idea of this woman that just testified was to try and make the judge see that Julius Malema isn't that bad of a guy, you know, and also speak to a bit of case law and make the final arguments. Most likely very biased, most likely paid a lot of money to say all the right stuff. But fundamentally, you kind of understand where it's coming from. And then, of course, the one thing that I thought may have been a little bit weird is that the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, did not provide the document and the transcripts to the prosecutors in advance. They literally handed it over the morning of. So this morning, the prosecutors were given her testimony effectively, which is strange, you know, because surely they need time to actually prepare. So I don't know. Have a situation where the conviction is overturned at a later stage. That's why all the social science and comparisons. Well, Carl, yes, there's you have to cross all of your T's and dot all of your I's, right? This is what the movies never show you. Right? This is what you don't see in the television series. You basically have to go through all of this so that on appeal, there's no gaps. There's nothing that the defense or the guilty party can appeal and effectively get off. So you sort of have to go through all this pomp and circumstance for no reason other than to make sure that justice is served when so often it's not served. But all right, boys, let's take a break. I'm going to be back probably... between 20 minutes and a half an hour. I'll be back. And then we'll start the afternoon session. Hopefully we get an actual indication. Hopefully they move on. Who knows? There might still be a long time going. But yeah, I'll be back in about half an hour. You guys can go do something else, set your watches for half an hour from now, and then we'll be back. I'll do this. Share screen so that you can see what's happening. All right, boys. See you in a bit. Just leave share stream. That is what I'm going to do. That is what I'm going to do. If you want to talk about this while I'm gone, you can go over to X and just at me there, or on Discord, wherever. I'm just gonna be downstairs. I'm gonna go grab some coffee. Try to get this tooth because this is, I don't know. It's extra sensitive at the moment. Josh will give her much weight. I hope not, Lori. I hope not, but we'll see. Pop me on Discord. I'll entertain chat. I don't even have Discord open at the moment on my PC. I imagine there's so many updates that it has to go through. Yeah, it's insane. But okay, I'll see you guys in 20 minutes. I'm back, boys. No, King, I'm here. I'm just walking around. If the state brings an expert witness in aggravation to balance this testimony, she would have been eviscerated in High Court by a competent advocate. She is so far out of her. These are so many of her points. Laurie, yeah, I don't know. I'm not even entirely sure why her testimony would have been required. Abaddon, I am still going to the gym. Yes. I switched to a diet which has actually been insanely successful. But not diet in terms of but diet in terms of changing the food habits and stuff, which has been really good. The coffee shop thing, well, that's a whole different story. Like that's a story that would take a long time to explain. Like I said, he needs a sentence today because if he doesn't get one and has to wait, it means they're considering a harsher sentence. Shadow, well, wouldn't that depend though? I feel like that would depend on how long they waste, because it feels like this is a lot about time wasting, at least at the moment. Roy Villena, my apologies. Napoleon, how you doing, bro? Ready for the riot? Cosmere, there's definitely a good chance that there's going to be riots. DNX, how you doing? That's, of course, if he actually goes to jail. The problem in the world today is that, and this isn't just South Africa, this is the world over, but I don't know if you guys have noticed, there are certain people of importance in every single society that just never faces any consequences for their actions. A good example of that would be those people who stormed the church last Sunday, or this Sunday just passed. The guy who led it and the woman with him, they've both been arrested. But Don Lemon, he's still out and about. So you do sort of ask yourself, wait a second, Don Lemon stormed the church alongside them. He invaded the church during the service the same as everyone else, and yet nothing's happening to him either. Like, what the hell is going on? And all I can think is everyone's equal, but some are more equal than others. And the same is true for politicians. Another great example, again from America, because here in South Africa, I mean, every day is an example effectively of that. But another great example of this would be, we know that Pam Bondi's office has a report from the FBI sitting on her desk that shows, with proof and everything, that Barack Obama and the White House of Barack Obama was the originators of the Russian hoax. The entire presidency of Donald Trump's first term, where he was effectively expected of being a Russian asset working for the Russian government, all of that was orchestrated by Barack Obama and the White House during Barack Obama's last days in office. Do you think Barack Obama is ever going to face justice for that? Of course not. Do you think anyone inside the White House of Barack Obama is ever going to face? No, of course not. That's the big problem in our society. It's like, no matter what happens, there's some people that can just not be touched. Hillary Clinton is another great example. And all I can think when you reach a certain point where you have dirt on all the people that matter, you can effectively get away with murder. You can do whatever you want, and there's just nothing that's ever going to happen to you. So Hillary Clinton, she's in no way, shape, or form scared of anything that can happen to her, because if someone were to come after her, they know she sits on a lot of dirt. The same is true for Donald Trump, by the way. Why the Democrats has this, this trumped up charge against Donald Trump. They take, 34 one misdemeanor, turn it into 34 felonies by changing the law, find him guilty, and then doesn't take him to jail. Why do you think that is? Again, it's all political theater. It's all meant for their side. Donald Trump has dirt on the Clintons, on all the people involved. So he's untouchable. And by this, I don't mean President Trump should go to jail. The entire trial was a farce. It's just to explain the way that these people think. They know that if they were to do anything, they'd get in trouble. So we're sort of stuck. You and I will face justice if we make mistakes, but someone like Julius Malema, he probably won't face any justice. No, the truth is, Christian, or Christian, not sure which one you prefer, but the truth is, at some point, there is a revolution that takes place in every corrupt society, where a group of people manage to gain power that is clean, or at least clean enough to where they go after all of these bad actors. And then usually what you see from history, at least, is there's an indiscriminate meting out of justice violently, right? So the people who were sort of the corrupt in society, the elites, they oftentimes just get murdered and killed for their complacency and their complicity in the corruption of society. But that takes a while. I don't think society is there yet. To finally be fixed, it'll take like 3 or 4 elections to remove the filth, and then another at least 10 years to fix what was broken. I'm not yet convinced that elections can fix it, because even elections have this. Even elections are bought and paid for. Here in South Africa, we have now seen it firsthand. The Americans have experienced it for a very long time. Donald Trump is an outlier. It is very rare that you vote for a political party and that political party brings change. I mean, we saw it. The ANC dipped under 50%. They're not even at 40% anymore. And yet nothing's changed. We have this GNU that was promised to be this new way of doing government. Nothing's changed. Everything is still the same as it has always been. And that's because the levers of power is designed to keep the corrupt in power. They're the ones who designed the levers. They made sure that it's so expensive to create your own political party. It's almost impossible to contend in elections or to compete in elections. And so they know they're safe. I mean, look at the amount of money that the DA makes. Over 30 million rand a year in donations for the DA. Like the amount of money that party has. If you're a small party just trying to tell the truth, you're not going to get very far. And here's the other problem with modern day politics. People don't like truth. Because if you're a president, right, and you were honest, so if I were to run for president tomorrow, this is how my speech would go. My fellow South Africans, I cannot create jobs for you. This is not a power that the president has. I cannot fix your life. This is not a power that the president has. I cannot fix your communities. This is not a power that a president has. I can fix your infrastructure. I can fix law and order. But for everything else, all of the real things that will bring real change, that's up to you. All I can do is get out of the way, but I cannot fix these things. Right? A government can't create jobs. A government can simply step out of the way so that the market can create the jobs. Because when government creates jobs, all that is closing private jobs and opening public jobs. And when you actually understand the mathematics, statistics behind it, or the mathematical equations behind it, you understand that for about every 2 to 3 jobs that government closes, they open one. Right? So you end up with this incredible thing where the government might say, we've created 1 million jobs. But in order to create those 1 million jobs, they closed or ended about 3 million jobs to get the 1 million jobs on the board. And this has to do with things like taxation. To open or to create 1 million jobs on the government side, you have to tax the hell out of your citizens on the other side. It has to do with you're skewing the market. You're interfering with market forces that destroys the market usually, because whenever government interferes, that creates a serious problem. So fundamentally, your message as president, if you wanted to be honest, wouldn't sound good. Whereas if you're a president that says, I'm going to give you jobs, I'm going to take care of you, no one will be poor under my watch. These are not promises that you can ever fulfill as a president, but they sound good to the average voter. And then you get to the even bigger problem in modern day society, which is people don't like difficult explanations. Human beings love narratives, and they love quick and easy answers. I'll give you guys a great example. I'm going to make your lives better. Funny, the sound is as loud as it can go. Like the mic is basically zeroing out at this point. So if I'm too quiet, it's on your side, I think. But so here's how that would go from a capitalist's perspective. So if I'm the president, I'm going to fix the economy for you so that you can get a job. This is my explanation. So guys, first I'm going to cut down on red tape and regulation. I'm going to create an environment wherein businesses can open up, wherein we can achieve economic growth, because for about every 1% of economic growth, we'll be creating about between 100,000 and 200,000 jobs. If we can get economic growth to about 800,000, we may even be able to create over 1 million jobs per year. That means that slowly but surely we'll get there. We're going to fix the schools because education is super important. By fixing the schools, we won't be able to give you immediate economic success, but we will be able to give you generational improvement. And that is how I will make your life better. That's a super complicated explanation because that is how it works. Generation isn't created in one generation. Wealth isn't created in a single generation. It's very rare. It's very rare that you have someone like Mark Zuckerberg that comes from fairly nowhere and suddenly becomes super rich. That's usually left for people who are incredibly intelligent and super innovative. For the most part, real, genuine wealth takes decades and generations to be developed. At some point in time, every single rich person had ancestors that were dirt poor. And slowly but surely, they developed that wealth. They moved slowly. So that's how you're going to do it. Now compare that answer that I just gave you to a communist that says, I'm going to tax the rich and give it to the poor. Easy, simple, everyone can follow, and it's easy to repeat to your friends. It works. It doesn't work, but you get the point. It works. For the voter, that sounds perfect. And until people grasp that, until people realize that easy answers means easy problems, you'll never fix anything. Oh, Napoleon, yes. Basically, the only thing government can do is create an environment for business to open up, and that includes ensuring law and order. US trade deal and said no major changes to tax in next month's budget. Yeah, we'll see. Napoleon, I'll explain to you. Well, maybe we still have a little bit of time. I'm not sure. But building infrastructure very much depends on what you're building. But remind me after this, and I'll explain to you what I mean.
Thank you. The witness, on resumption, then you are reminded you are still under oath in this matter.
Yes, Your Worship.
And that the state will then continue now with cross-examination.
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. I think we are clear on where you stopped during your cross-examination at Advocate Caesar.
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Thompson, you made part of your recommendation is because the accused didn't load the firearm himself. It was handed to him. He had it for a relatively short period of time, etc. Is that correct?
That would be part of the consideration, if that's correct, Your Worship.
Again, it's as loud as it can go. This is just the way the streams are going, Geo. The streams are super bad.
I'm going to refer to you on page 11 of my notes.
You can hear, I can barely hear what he's saying.
In respect of a particular case, State versus Asma. It's the second paragraph on page 11. It's referred to as State versus Asma. Most of the references are the footnotes in case Your Worship wants the citation of the particular case. Page 11 of the document I handed up. Yes, okay, page 11 is on top. 11 is right. I did ask the court order to hand Your Worship a copy. I was going to use this during arguments, say page 11, the second. Citation is at the footnote. State versus Asma. I'm going to tell you, the Supreme Court of Appeal referred with the approval to Marikani when it imposed an 8-year sentence for the possession of a fully automatic firearm, which also resorts under the minimum sentence regime. Chongwe J.A. found that the minimum sentence was shockingly harsh. He was sentenced to 15 years. Shockingly harsh, and I'm going to tell you now why he found that, because of the facts of this particular case. He found that the minimum sentence was shockingly harsh and disproportionate considering the facts of this case. The unique facts of the case were that at the time
barely hear what this guy's saying.
House, he had already been incarcerated. The rifle was not loaded. I want to pause there. The rifle was not loaded. It did not have any ammunition in it, and no ammunition was found. It further had not been used in the commission of the offences for which he had been arrested. The appellant had
Man, YouTube is broken today.
In this case, it was a fully automatic firearm because it was a rifle. This one was a semi-automatic rifle.
Yeah, we're jumping between streams. Thank you.
This one,
glad this
in
one
this
works
case,
now.
had ammunition in it. And the facts you referred earlier to. First, I want to hear your comment on that, and then I will get to the actual facts that you referred to. Do you have any comment? Is it similar to the situation?
Part of it would be to understand how he got hold of the rifle, what was the purpose of getting hold of it, how did it get, it was a really short period of time, but it was in his possession, so it probably stayed there while he was in prison. So although there may be similarities, if you look at the whole situation, it is not exactly the same.
Emphasis on having it for a short period of time. Is that correct?
What was the period? Was the short period a month, a minute?
I'm going to assist you now. I'm going to go to a next case where they actually indicate how long the person had the firearm in his possession, which similar sentences were imposed.
This guy looks like he just got her.
Where did you get the facts of this case? Did you follow the case? Or how did you manage to get a hold of the facts of this particular case?
So part of it was looking at the videos. I've already done most of my reporting. I've got the copy of the judgment, but I've scanned through that as well. But prior to that, I looked to listen to I looked at the YouTube videos.
Advocate Caesar, the witness is speaking directly at you, and
Sorry,
it's
Your Worship.
it's impossible to hear. When you say how did you get hold of the facts of this, you're referring to the matter before court, Advocate Caesar? I'm not.
That is correct. I'm referring to this particular matter, this case that she's testifying.
What I've heard is you got it from.
Initially, Your Worship listened to the YouTube videos. I was almost done with the report when I got the copy of the judgment, so I've really scanned through it, but most of it initially was through the looking at the YouTube videos.
Thank you.
You refer to one spent cartridge. Are you referring, when you say one spent cartridge, are you referring to that he only fired one shot? Or are you referring to the fact that he was convicted of that one?
That was what he was charged of and convicted of.
I see we're running the whole trial again.
Where you've
really
seen
nice.
the videos. That's correct.
Correct.
You are aware that he fired actually with two different firearms, and with the one firearm, approximately 14 to 15 shots were fired with a handgun, and then with the firearm, the other one, the rifle, 7 shots were fired. Were you aware of that?
I saw the video where the celebratory shots were fired, Your Worship. There was no other charges relating to a firearm relating to this matter. So I focused on the charges in front of the court in this matter. If there was anything else, to my knowledge, there was no charge relating to that.
The evidence, both videos went in, the evidence showed that he fired with two firearms.
Was, and it's perhaps Your Worship not for me to ask questions, but I can also not recall that.
Julius looks stressed.
Linking the other firearm to the accused.
Regardless, you saw the video, more than one shot than the one. Is that not so?
That is correct.
Your report, did it only focus on the one shot that was fired, or did you look at the totality of the shots that were actually fired on the day in question?
I considered that shots were fired for celebratory purposes and that it could have harmed people around the environment.
So I'm informing you now, it's approximately 22 shots that were fired. Would your report still have been the same, regardless of the number of shots that were fired?
It would still be the same, considering the other factors that there was no evidence further that that there were any harm done to property of people or any complaints from people around. If they were, it would have been different.
Nova, not falling asleep, just annoyed.
Just prior to the accused, when he started the firing with a rifle, in fact, when he started firing with a handgun, there were 7 people standing there in the direction that he was firing to, and they were running away, or despite him disputing that.
Your Worship, the video wasn't very clear. I haven't noticed that.
If you were aware of that, would you have considered it and put it in your report?
That some people were scared. If there were evidence in that regard, I would have considered it, yes.
Yes. But you did not notice that, in other words, you did not consider it.
And there were not evidence in that regard that for what reason the people ran. I don't know what the reason might have been. It could be that they were scared. It could be for other purposes.
A gun being shot close to them? That seems like a reasonable thing.
Why they were running.
It would be a consideration, but part of that again would be coming back to the considerations in terms of that's the potential harm, that people could have been harmed, that people were scared. But the actual harm in the end, Your Worship, is that there were no injuries and facts which would have been a much more serious consideration and contribution if there were actual harm.
According to the accused's own evidence, there were about 20,000 attendees. Some of them were just standing right there in front of him during this incident, prior to him firing those shots. You saw that on the video.
It was a big event to my knowledge, Your Worship.
Have you factored that into your report, the fact that there were actual people right there and the 7 in the direction that he was firing shots at?
Unless I've misunderstood, my understanding was that the shots were fired in the air and not at people directly.
He looks as if that's a gotcha. It's like, whoa, gotcha.
I'm no ballistic expert, but the expert did testify what goes up must come down.
Correct, Your Worship, but there is a difference between firing in the air and it comes down. The potential is still there, the risk is still there that it can cause damage, it can cost life. But the risk is different when I fire and it is going in the direction of someone.
I've just said to you, there were 7 people standing towards the direction, despite him firing in the air or not, towards the direction that he fired the shots in.
Your Worship, my understanding of the direction is, do I fire it directed at the people, or is it even I'm directing at Your Worship, but it's still fired into the air? And if there were ballistic experts indicating the come down would have been on those people, it might be different, but the fact of the matter remains, whether it is the people in the stadium or whether it's the people of the neighborhood, when it comes down, people could have been hurt and people could have been killed, and that remains serious.
Rapid, thank you so much for joining the membership club. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Are you aware that the Sisa Tikasho Stadium where the incident occurred is in a very condensed, right in the middle of a community, very condensed community, right outside, it's houses right around that place.
He's a prosecutor, Google.
We're also very clear that it's not only the people in the stadium, but also the people working there, the supporters, the people from Beer House, and the people from the Ndamsani community that could potentially have been impacted by that.
Did you?
So this guy here, he is the prosecutor. He's trying to put Juju away. The girl was brought in by the defense to try and argue that Juju was a good guy that loved his grandmother and therefore he should stay. And also he quit smoking. You should know that because that was important.
It is not only, it could have resulted in the loss of life. It is serious.
So no thanks to the accused, that it's fortunate that nobody died.
I agree, it is fortunate that nobody died.
Okay.
After now sketching the scenario, do you still maintain your report as to that he should either pay a fine to a gun NGO, gun-free NGO, and so on?
Your Worship, when I look at the scenario and the charges collectively, the accused acted negligently and didn't consider the risks, as was stated. There were no harm done. If there were harm done, yes, I would have considered it differently. This, the potential harm was there, but now...
But that's nonsense.
...materialized. The act was still negligent in causing the potential harm.
Negligent or reckless?
Reckless as well. Well, did you overstate that?
You don't, like, what? If you drive drunk and you don't get into an accident, that doesn't make it any less illegal. Right? Because there's a potential for harm caused. That's the whole point.
I'm going
There's
to go to
potential
page
harm
15
that could be caused.
Of the report, not your report, the one that I've handed in, because we are discussing cases of a similar nature. I'm going to start reading from paragraph 2 of the document, page 15, Your Worship. It's referred to as a Swartz case. It's the reference is there. At the footnote, the appellant was convicted on 2 counts of the unlawful possession of a semi-automatic firearm. The court confirmed the minimum sentence of 15 years on 1 of the counts, in view of the fact that the appellant had offered a denial of possession, which denial was found to be false, and furthermore, that no mitigating circumstances in relation to his possession could be inferred. The court held that there was nothing to place, the court held that there was nothing to place his unlawful possession of the firearm in a less heinous light than that which motivated the lawmaker to lay down the minimum 15-year sentence. However, on further count of the unlawful possession of the semi-automatic firearm, the appeal against the minimum sentence imposed was upheld and replaced with a sentence of 7 years imprisonment. In this regard, the court held that the state accepted the appellant's version to the effect that he fortuitously came across the firearm in a rubbish dump and was apprehended the same day. The appellant's decision to take the firearm into his possession could be regarded as having been made on the spur of the moment. Spur of the moment. Furthermore, it found that the appellant did not have the firearm in his possession for a very long time before he was apprehended. The court held that the circumstances of the crime were such as to make a sentence of 15-year imprisonment disproportionate. In other words, he got 8 years. Also had the firearm in a very short period, semi-automatic firearm, didn't use it in any offense, and so on.
And the other count?
The other count was, one was upheld, one was set aside.
So were there two firearms? I'm just trying to understand
Yes.
the context of the...
There were two firearms. The one he was sentenced to 15 years. The one of the firearms were reduced. The one that he actually found in the rubbish dump. So it was a spur of the moment decision by him. Wasn't he hadn't have it for a long period of time. Still, he got an 8 years direct imprisonment. This case, the accused also did not have the firearm for a long period of time. It's very brief. It doesn't change the fact that he was still sentenced to a direct imprisonment. What do you have to say about that?
Your Worship, what I hear is, again, different circumstances, although it was also not for a long period of time. It was, I wouldn't know why the reason is why it was picked up in the spur of the moment time, but I also hear that it was not the only firearm that was possessed illegally, which makes it different, and the use. I'm not sure whether the other firearm was used.
Her testimony is falling apart.
There's always good to look at it in the circumstances in total, but I hear what was said.
Oh, Julius!
The circumstances, again, are different. I'm not sure whether it was an illegal firearm, whether it was seized to the state, what happened to it, which may also make it different.
He looks worried.
Did you come across any case where, like such as this, in the firearm-related case, possession of firearm, where an accused was not sentenced to direct imprisonment and actually he got given a fine and to pay to NGOs and so on and so on?
As I said, I haven't come across, Your Worship, to any case where a charge was laid and the firearm was used for celebratory shots.
Have you come across a case where an accused was convicted of being in possession of a firearm, whether it's for celebratory purposes, whether it's just social, whether whatever reason? Have you ever come across the case where an accused was not sentenced to direct imprisonment for being in possession of a firearm, whether it's for just for a minute, for 10 minutes, for 20 minutes?
Your Worship, I have not, because most of the cases that I've seen were also not only the firearm possession case, but most of them relate, it's in the context of other crimes that were committed with a firearm. So the possession forms part of that, and then a sentence of imprisonment is also imposed for that. I haven't come across a case where it was purely just for the possession of a firearm.
Thank you for that submission. But in this case, other crimes were committed. Shots were fired.
It's
reckless endangerment. You saw
social
the
worker.
Different charges. Failed to take precautions and so on. So isn't that basically what you are saying?
So, Your Worship, if I refer to other crimes committed, I refer to, and some of the cases then may have taken it on the spur of the moment, but it is usually taken for the purpose of committing other crimes. And when I commit other crimes, it's violent crimes like murder, robbery, and in that context, you get the sentences being imposed. But I couldn't find the case where it was done and imposed outside of that context.
So the point I'm trying to make, how would that be fair to these accused that I prefer? I don't want to go through all the cases. I just want to go to those who are closely related to the accused. How would this be fair to the other accused who have been these sentences being imposed? But in this particular instance, because the accused standing, he must now get the recommendation that he pays to NGOs and so forth.
Your Worship, the recommendation is not because of the accused standing. The recommendation is because of the very particular case that is different, where there were no other crimes committed in the sense of violent crimes. indications I've mentioned it in my report, where part of the motivation to bring in minimum sentences for firearm-related things as well.
This nonsense of there were no other crimes committed really drives me insane. So if I murder a guy and go to court and say, well, Your Honor, I did murder the guy, but I didn't steal anything. I'll pay some money to a hospital that saves people. The fair trade. Like, what's that argument? No other crimes were committed. Yeah, but there was a crime committed. That's the only thing that matters. There was a crime committed. End of discussion.
Licensed or unlicensed, keep it with the intent to go.
Bernice, and that's my problem as well. My biggest fear is that.
Or any other crime, as is in many of those cases that are stated.
Oh yeah, Laurie. Super true.
It's different in that context.
It's she's not representing him. She's a social worker.
This was a pre-planned idea that this will be happening at the stadium.
The planning was at the stadium. The planning was not to commit an offence with the firearm.
Mariska, we're still waiting we haven't heard the judge speak yet. We're just listening to other people speak here.
It wasn't done with the intent to keep it and to go and commit the violent crimes which inspired.
Oh, Rapid, that's also true. Yes. Sorry.
Extension of the minimum sentences regime to automatic and semi-automatic firearms.
I disagree with you, Ms. Thompson, with that sentiment because he did commit other offences. Like I've pointed out to you, he's been charged for those and he's been convicted of that.
I do not deny it, Your Worship. I have made reference to violent crimes in the context of the minimum sentences regime.
Ruth, she's a social worker.
I want to go to your report on page 33.
Christy, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm going to go to paragraph 87 on your report, where you say, although not part of the sentence, any form of pain or discomfort an offender suffers as a result of committing a crime can be seen as punishment and moral retribution. The following is noted. The lapse of more than 7 years between the commission of the offense, the conviction, and all that. You are referring now to. I just want to point out to you, those gentlemen, the cases that I referred to you, they have committed the crime and they are doing, or they did do the time. So now you're saying because this.
So let me just quickly, again, Shitalani.
Do you know the causes of the delay in the 7 period?
I do want Julius Malema to go to prison. I want him to go to prison because he's a criminal. He broke the law. And I do not have much love for Julius Malema because he's a racist communist. Why would I have any love for that guy? He is the reason his own people is suffering. He steals and loots wherever he goes, and yet you guys are too stupid to realize that he is the origins of all of your suffering because you're so racist that you would rather blame white people for all of your problems than the actual people that are stealing your money. So yes, I do want him to go to jail. The difference is I want him to go to jail so that you can eventually be free and not be beholden to a criminal that is ruining your lives and the future of your children. That's the difference between us. But yes, very much so, I really do not like him.
I indicated that it was a 7-year period from the commitment of the offence to the
Magistrates are local,
irrespective of the
so they don't.
reasons why it was delayed. It doesn't mean that
As far as I know, they serve in the local courts, so they're not in the national courts. I think that's the difference.
which is just a consideration.
You also referred to the humiliation suffered in public and by the fact that he actually appeared before court and so on.
He was convicted by the court and the humiliation comes from that.
I can't hear you, sorry, ma'am.
Apologies, Your Worship. The conviction comes, the humiliation comes from the conviction. He was convicted of a crime.
I'm bored out of my mind, Cosmere. I can only feel sorry for that cop.
Would want to encourage people not to commit crime, young people. It impacts his credibility to do so.
Amadla. Exactly, Andre. Exactly.
Did you take into consideration the fact that he was actually the author of his own misfortune the moment he decided to take that firearm and fire those shots? In fact, firearms and fire those shots. He was the author of his own misfortune, so how must that now be beneficial to him? How must he benefit from that?
Your Worship, and that's exactly why I have mentioned that it is as a consequence of that action that you take, that certain things...
He's going to enjoy that, Bernice. He's going to enjoy that.
That impacts you. It may not have been intended, but, and that is the moral...
Hey, Tim Rowlands, thank you so much for the 350 Rand donation, dude. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are far too kind, sir. Far too kind.
An impact on that person. And that would go for any other person in a matter.
Man, I'm so glad I'm streaming this. If it wasn't for you guys, I would be bored out of my skull. You guys at least provide me with some entertainment here. Yeah, I don't know. Why do we say your worship? That doesn't seem right. Your honor, sure.
Said that also one of the reasons is that
but your worship, is that what we say?
And his children and family might suffer financially because the wife is a stay-away at home wife. She basically received an allowance from him. That is also part of the consideration that you have taken into account. Is that correct?
Your Worship, what I have indicated is that when imprisonment is a consideration, there are implications. When we remove someone from society, it has a ripple effect not only on the family and immediate people, but also on society. And it is part of the personal circumstances of the accused that is considered in the trial of things.
Freedom Village, thank you so much for the 50 Rand donation. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Is that correct?
Hey, thank you for being here. And thank you so much for the support. I truly appreciate you.
Have you ascertained his financial incomes, where it comes from, how is he able to support, apart from his 1 point salary? I don't want to mention the specific amount. 1.5 million.
Your Worship, I did not. If it was a case for fraud, there would have been a much stronger focus on assessing the finances and how these things work. Irrespective of the financial status, he currently earns a regular income. And
Somnium, how are you doing?
That is removed.
Ramaphosa, the president, does have the right to pardon criminals, yes, so he could pardon him.
When a person, an income-earning person is removed from the family, it has an impact on the family.
Do you know where he got the 200,000 rand as a donation to his school?
Apologies?
I think you said in your report he donated 200,000 rand to his former high school and so on. Did you establish where that money came from? How was he able to sustain?
Your Worship, it was not to his school, it was to a NGO society working with children that he made the donation. And looking at, in the beginning of my report, I also indicated when I delve into certain things, it looks at how is it related to the case, the finances, how it would be related. So on a matter of confidentiality, if I explore everything that is out there, which is not really that relevant to the case. It goes on to soliciting information that is not really needed for what I want to do, which would be not a correct way to go.
Should you not have, because there's now, in this instance, there's a real possibility that the accused might go to prison for a quite substantial number of years. So should you not have investigated that issue, since you have brought the family needs and so on into the occasion?
I would be an attorney also. Advocates are boring.
For any person that gets sentenced to prison, that there is an impact on the family. For some it would be worse, and for some it would be others. And the important fact is to highlight that there is an income loss and there is a possible impact on the family from that perspective.
Oh no, guys! Julius can't go to jail because his poor family will lose their income. That's literally one of the reasons why she thinks him going to jail would be really bad.
How old she is?
His wife is a stay-at-home mom, so shame.
Should the accused not be around?
Your Worship, that is in my report. I have indicated that she is currently a full-time person, but that she is, that her career, she forced her career to look after the children, and that she also prepared herself for re-entry into the career. And listening to the question, I never said that they would not be looked after. I just said that there would be a financial impact on the family.
Why did you not say that they will not be looked after? What do you mean by that statement? I need you to clarify that.
So, coming back to what I said previously, Your Worship, depending on the family and their circumstances, the impacts financially on certain families may be more devastating than on other families. But there is no situation where there is no impact if a person who is the main financial provider.
Reich, I doubt that.
Is removed from the family.
I want to go now to the issue of remorse that you refer to. You refer to it in page 19.
He's already stocked up on Vaseline. He's got a lifetime subscription.
He's not remorseful for his actions. He's not being taken. He has not taken responsibility for his actions. What I want to put you is remorseful that he got caught on camera.
Your Worship, I did not say that the accused is remorseful. I indicated that he maintains his innocence, which is often seen as an absence of remorse. What he does regret, though, is the consequence and the outcome of the situation.
Yeah, so he feels bad that he got caught.
May see that he encouraged reckless use of firearms. But I didn't indicate at all that he said he's remorseful for what he did. He regrets the consequences.
Yes,
and there's also a difference between regret and remorseful.
Is remorse not one of the factors that should be taken into consideration? In fact, a very important factor when it comes to rehabilitation and deterrence and so on.
So, Your Worship, when it comes to remorse, and it is usually not, when a person is remorseful, it is considered a mitigating factor. When a person pleads not guilty, and because of that, it's considered not remorseful, that is not necessarily an aggravating factor. But when it comes to the link between remorse and rehabilitation, it is, from my experience of working with offenders, specifically people serving custodial sentences, it is not correct to say that the lack of remorse by pleading not guilty at sentence is an indication that a person cannot be rehabilitated. Your journey that you will walk with that person.
White liberal women.
And it's really based on a very
They are a cancer on society. I'm assuming this woman is white. But
you always start with
white liberal woman.
the person saying he's
Oh.
not guilty, he doesn't, he's not remorseful, if he's not guilty, that is where you start, and from there you look at your rehabilitation journey, but it's not an indication that a person cannot be
I'm
rehabilitated.
pretty sure she's
When
white.
it comes to a plea of not guilty, for that purpose there could be various reasons for it, it's not always known at the time.
It is insane, dude. A white liberal woman will sell her own life in order to feel good for 2 seconds.
Impressive was in terms of the murder of the late Mrs. Marika de Klerk, where the person convicted.
I think that's why, because the reason we haven't seen her yet is she asked not to be shown. She doesn't want anyone to see what she looks like. And I think she knows that her family will be ashamed of her for what she just did here.
The reason we're not guilty, and that is part of a journey. So it doesn't mean a person cannot come to that insight. It doesn't mean a person cannot be rehabilitated.
He said he was embarrassed.
The real cheese, you're
because
probably wrong. You're
he
probably
and
not wrong.
Mr. Clark was so close. She really liked him, apart from the other security guards. That's why he felt so embarrassed. That's the reason why he said he didn't want to admit to that.
Correct. But to my point, Your Worship, is that there are various reasons why it could be. And at the time, if one would have spoken to him, he would also not have mentioned that he would have denied his guilt, and there are very different reasons. And when it comes to, the point is again, when it comes to...
Really?
The fact that a person does not accept responsibility, does not admit guilt, does not mean a person cannot be rehabilitated. Although in the matter of this accused, I've indicated that rehabilitation wouldn't be a primary focus.
In this case,
In this case.
in this case, the accused was caught. You looked at that videos. You saw it.
Siku, you're not
Yet
helping
he's
your
still
master
denying it.
here.
Correct. Correct, Your Worship.
It is illegal to fire guns in public.
Indeed fired, correct?
It is very illegal to fire guns that you do not have a license for in public. In fact, it's very illegal to fire guns that you do not have a license for at all. So I realize that you're trying to help your boss, you know, your masters, Julius Malema, but you're not helping. So just pipe down. Don't say that too loud.
Where's your practice situated, Mrs. Thompson?
In Johannesburg.
How many consultations did you have with the accused prior to you compiling this report?
As indicated in my report to Worship, I had 3.
Where did these consultations took place?
The first consultation was at my office. Arranged a consultation at the office. The second consultation was at the offices of the EFF. And the third consultation was at his home in Port 1.
Mariska, yes.
The first consultation, how long did that take?
It was probably about an hour.
Civics, yeah, but I think Laurie is talking in relation to the case. The security guard did state unequivocally he was not supervising
enough time
Malema.
to make a proper assessment of the character of the person that you have seen before you, especially in the light that he was basically a stranger to you.
Your Worship, when we
Sean, but yeah, again, I'm speaking in relation to the case, right? This security guard who took ownership of the guns did say he did not supervise Julius Malema. So in relationship to the case, you're not allowed to fire someone else's gun. Right? especially not in public, but with someone else's gun, you cannot fire that gun. You don't have a license for it.
I'm going to get to the collateral sources. You are jumping the gun. The question was that sufficient time, an hour and a half, to make an assessment of a person who just arrived in your office? Basically, both of you are strangers to one another, and he knew exactly why he was there, that you have to draft a report, hoping probably that you'll draft a favorable report. The question is, was that sufficient and adequate time?
Your Worship, no, it's not, and that is why an assessment is not done on the first interview only. The first interview.
Kobus, ek wens ek kon vir jou sê, dit was 'n pause om al volgende 9 uur te wees. Maar hier is ons nog steeds.
Expectations and to explore other information and resources that I may want to speak to.
So basically just getting a little bit of background, like when you go to the psychiatrist's office, basically they want to know who are you, where are you coming from. Is that?
No, it is a very structured approach in terms of what information you are looking for when you start, and then in the subsequent interviews, obviously you test information, you build it, you get all the bits and pieces of the information.
Please share. You said structured approach. We don't know what that approach is. Can you explain that?
So the structured approach would be to determine beforehand what is the information that you would want to have and what you would want to obtain in the first interview. It's
Sorry,
sort of
Mrs. Sorry, Sister.
Your
The
Worship.
chair there. No, it's not you. It's the sound in the court isn't good. So there was a squeaky sound, and that caused me not to hear. It's not a problem.
Listen here, Judge, you're wasting valuable time here. This is already taking years and years and years. Don't interrupt the woman.
No, it's fine. If you can just start with, you said the structured approach.
Is really to have a layout as to what is the information that I would require at the end to do my report, and what should happen in the first instance, because it is important that the person know what is expected, how the approach will work, and what information I will have, and whether there are other people I would want to speak
Actually,
to.
Sipu, you're the one lying.
The approach, it is done through questions, but not questions in the sense of...
You're the one believing things that you did not see. The entire reason the security guard was acquitted and found not guilty on all charges is you never actually see the security guard hand Julius Malema the gun. That is never actually shown. Julius Malema walks back and he returns with a gun, but the exact person that hands him the gun is never actually clear. And so the security guard just said it wasn't me. I didn't give him the gun, and nor did I supervise him. That means that now he is guilty. He has a gun that he has no permission to shoot. He's firing it in public. That's a criminal offense. So, yeah, you're the one that should go back and watch the video, mate.
And further to obtain information in terms of who are the people that I can speak to.
Johan, thank you for the 35 rand, dude. Really appreciate that. Yes, this is a shit episode. They should take this one down.
That is the standard approach that is followed for all other cases, and that is the aim of that section.
So in other words, the information that you got who to speak to, which collateral sources to speak to, you got from the accused. Is that correct?
Your Worship, we always get it from the accused. We can ask specific questions to help in selecting the people we can speak to. Because yes, because it needs to be people.
Nico, how are you, man?
Familiar with the accused, that know the accused, that would be able to answer and speak to the questions that we may have. And yes, so we always do that with the input from the accused.
And the people that he gave
We've been
you,
here the whole time,
basically
Tetris
his
Monster.
wife, he said, his two
We've been here the whole
employees,
time.
the names.
I always speak
Hellish.
to the partner if the person is in a relationship. So that was my question, my ask. So I need to speak to your wife, not he gave me to say speak to my wife.
Okay. The other two, what you said was his friends.
There were two that were friends that know the family quite well, that also grew up with him from so that
You're not wrong, Niku. You're not wrong.
environment where they grew up, who's known him since childhood.
And two of the employees.
She's pissing me off as well.
Where he is involved with that he yes.
They rely on him, those two.
Those two people actually I met with my visit to Polokwane. He didn't give me the names, but because I met him, I also used the opportunity to have a discussion with him to obtain information, to check information, and to verify some of my information. So, no, the names didn't actually come directly from him. It was an opportunity.
Christo, are you asking me which party I support, DA or Freedom Front Plus?
Right?
They work with the businesses, yes.
Yes. I'm sure they must have glorified you because they are dependent on the accused, those two that you spoke to. Is that correct?
I don't support any political party, not publicly at least. You guys need to vote for whomever you feel has the best policies. But if it's between the DA and Freedom Front Plus all the way. I have very little time for the DA.
Ask of things about the community and the community where these things are, these businesses are. If I observe something, I would ask, what is this about and how does it work?
They would.
Those things also, in the bigger picture, gives you an idea of who the person is.
They would be affected if the accused is not around. Is that correct?
I like Vic Sabertas.
Say they would be affected, but the feedback is also that they run with these businesses, so the accused is not that much involved. So in the long run, it may impact sustainability of businesses, but they can also, because of their positions, continue to run with it. So I've never received the information to say if he is not around, the businesses will go down, but rather than there may be an impact because there may be guidance required, but that they can independently run with it for a period.
The wife would definitely be affected should he not be around, correct?
Well, if he is in a relationship with the wife, it's part of the support, it's not only financially. And if you remove someone's partner from for whatever reason, it always has an impact.
The second interview said took place at the EFF office, is that correct? You only spoke to the accused when you were there.
I spoke only to the accused. I had an informal discussion.
Niku, thank you for joining the membership. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. Welcome, TRND.
Informal discussion. My purpose going there was to have an interview with the accused for purposes of my report.
How long did you spend there?
I'm not sure, but it was at least 2 hours.
You know what I find really cringe?
How long did you spend with the accused?
Is leftist men just trying to white knight for poor little women as if they can't stand on their own 2 feet.
In total, you spent 5 hours with the accused.
I appreciate that, Niku. Thank you so much.
You think that is adequate time to make a proper assessment of the individual that you, and I'm not talking about constant 5 hours, as you've explained, it's an hour and a half, it's 2 hours now, it's an hour. You think that is proper or adequate time to actually say that this person is a good person, this is a bad person, when you've spent basically an hour or 2 per session with a particular person?
So, Your Worship, the aim of it is to obtain information about the person and where that party comes in, but also his personal circumstances. It's not to determine whether it's a good or a bad person. It is to indicate which things are at kind of risk, repeat offences, repeat things can mitigate that, and also to indicate if there are any factors to be concerned of, to be considered. It is not to make a judgment call on the character of a person as we think of that, but looking at all these things, and that's why it's not only, we do not only rely on the interviews with the accused, and that is why it is also not a fixed.
Sonia, thank you so much for joining the membership. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What you further want to know, see if there are certain things that may not make sense, and speak to other people to get information, but also to validate and certain things to clarify if I have certain questions. So it is a whole process that is followed. It is not just I am meeting a person for 12 hours and I make a decision, and to base it on the information that you have to do your assessment.
I want to put it
Kobus, also vir jou wag.
inadequate for you to compile a report like such as this, as if you are saying that this particular person is there because you spoke to a few friends here and a wife on the other side and employees, which I do not think is the proper sources that you should have consulted other than the wife.
Your worship, from a social work perspective, the starting point is always with the person, because that is who it is all about. And the best way to get to know a person is through the eyes of others, because obviously you do not get information from other people prior to having spoken to the accused itself, because you wouldn't know what to look for, what to listen for, what to ask for. And similarly, I wouldn't necessarily know what is the process that a prosecutor would go through.
Debbie, thank you so much for joining the membership. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind.
We know the detail of the processes that we approach in terms of getting that information. And for me, I will sometimes, depending on the case and the person, because people are also different, 2 hours or 3 hours may be sufficient to get a very good idea. For other people, a longer time may be required. I will obtain and solicit information until I'm at the point that I feel what I'm comfortable with and I can comfortably speak about it. Until that point, I will continue to research, speak to the person, or collateral sources, until I am comfortable that I have a very good idea as to what I can, of the information that I take.
What did you expect these people to say, the wife? And
PRND, thank you so much for joining the membership. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind.
I did not expect them to say anything particularly. I do expect them to, and I always explain that to the people as well, what is the purpose of my questions, to answer honestly and to give me the
My tooth is so sore. No, did I? No, I said thank you to Debbie.
I'm about to finish. You also referenced the issue about
Debbie, I did thank you, right?
I'm not sure what was your specific wording regarding his cross-examination, how he conducted himself during. I didn't get to understand what you meant by that.
So, Your Worship, what I have indicated that when it comes to the accused's motivation, the things that drive his behavior is a need to be right, to make a difference, and to protect people. So when he sees wrong behavior, he will address it, and he wouldn't hesitate to do that. And I think there are ample of examples. When he addresses an issue, when he has a discussion or a debate, he are generally in a
Yeah, but the law is moving so slowly, though.
To take personal matters aside and to get the answers what he's looking for in that matter.
How would you describe it?
However, and that is my description. However, when it comes to certain matters that links to what he sees as right or wrong, if he sees it to be wrong, if it's a matter that he is very passionate about, respect the dignity of people and those type of things, and people touches on that or he sees it wrong, his behavior may be different, and people will see that as, and that is what I was explaining to say. He will address it as the issue. It can be seen as.
Oh yeah, I think this is going to be postponed.
Is that the word you're looking for?
No, it's for people may see it as aggressive. It's not necessarily aggressive. It is. You will see frustration. I mean, you just need to get the exact wording. But you will receive a reaction.
Ik waardeer dit.
And that is what I mentioned, and that was what also was observed on the cross-examination, and it was also observed when we addressed the people after the conviction. He would make remarks that would either try to address what we perceived wrong at the time, and we would react to that, or you would pick up the frustration.
Ms. Thompson, I want to put it to you, you're playing with words in a fancy way. The accused, do you perceive him as rude after watching all that? Aggressive? Bit of a bully?
It's irritation and frustration that was coming through, and sometimes self-righteousness where he feels that he's right, and it's his point and he's the one that's right.
That's your fancy way of describing it.
That is how I perceive him, and also how I've experienced him.
Lastly, I just want to go to your report. I just need to see where
AJ, right now,
describe how the
I have not heard anything
does not like noise
that
and
means
so on.
he won't be going to jail.
He brings noise wherever he is. So what do you say about that?
Your worship, I didn't say he doesn't.
Hinton, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. You're far too kind.
Afterwards, have to have a period where you just quiet down, do the things that he does to just quiet down. So he will not be the person that you will see that is surrounded by noise in a noisy space all the time. He will, he needs some quiet time.
Barry, thank you. Yeah,
You didn't say that he's noisy. You didn't
my tooth is
mention
killing me at
he
the
was
moment.
Bringing noise. I'm not sure what that means.
But himself is noisy. Would you not agree with me? When he does do what you said, just describe. At the speeches, you said outside after the appearances, and
When I say noise, it is noise in the environment where we live. And in that context, I have put that context you as a good
Parky, thank you. Park, thank you so much for joining the membership. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. You're far too kind.
with a lot of noise. So when he's in his living environment and there's a lot of noise, he manages in ways to...
Cassandra, you're not wrong.
And without going too lengthy into the theory, but quite often things that might trigger us, that we struggle with, comes from how we grow up or experiences that we have. So when it's in his home and his environment...
Jacob Swart, thank you so much for joining the membership. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. You're far too kind.
that you could have fooled me. It just proved my point that you did not have adequate time to assess the accused in order to come to such a conclusion.
I'm not sure what is meant, so I cannot comment on that.
Thank you very much. I've got no further questions for this witness. Thank
Oh,
you.
he just caught her. She just basically admitted that she didn't have enough time to actually write such a report. Well played, sir. That was a lot of questions.
Sorry,
Oh, here we go.
the re-examination by... Just a minute.
Thank you, my lady, and thank you for the opportunity. You heard that the trial took over 7 years.
Mark, ja, ek drink dit nie. Anders sou ek nou brandewyn gekap het.
4 hours. So I still have a lot of catching up to do. The accused instructed me to acknowledge the members of parliament from different political parties, the traditional leaders, the religious leaders. Yes, it's helpful to always bring a junior along into the case. Thank you. The students and the general members of the EFF and members of the
Ek is 'n bietjie kyk hoe is ek meen ek vibe self, maar dit help nie op die stadium enigstens.
Perhaps that is where we should start.
Stefanie, ek het actually naaltjie olie
because
downstairs.
References the impact of the accused.
I'm quickly gonna go fetch that.
To the general South African public and the consequences of removing him from playing that positive role. You referenced that in various parts of your report. Can you just expand on that? Because sometimes it gets missed in these accusations of Mr. Malema being noisy.
Yes, Your Worship, and that was part of the consideration that the society was the contribution we left to the community. Apart from serving in Parliament was it's a concern for the community and the activities that's important to me. I have mentioned, for instance, coming back to living by what is important to me as well. The dignity of people, for example, is very important to the accused, and part of that links to the living circumstances. So when I was in Polokwane, I had the opportunity to visit. We did a quick visit to the Shane community, and it was, I observed how clean the community was. And when I asked about the reasons for that, it is because it's one of the things that we report to the accused. It is the need that was there for the supervision that is run, but the detail to what is paying attention to is, for instance, the time of the supervision. That must be at 1500, considering that we may be kids going to school without having any food. Not all the schools in the community may have a food service. And if it's at 1500, they can either have an early lunch or a late dinner, early dinner or a late lunch, but at least they would have food to give them the strength to continue with their work after school. So it is these considerations now in terms of the contribution to the community. And then a part of it is whether people agree with these views or not. There is a community that subscribes to his beliefs and see him as the leader, and he is a voice to those people. A big portion of them
The stream just died. Hello.
The elite is finding his way out of jail. But the report you've prepared actually paints a different picture.
Bobby, how you doing?
Mr. Malema, as somebody who is a glow in the community, but also as someone who has a particularly unique interest in caring for the poor. Can you explain that? What explains his unique interest in looking after the interests of poor people that have no one else to look after them, and the impact it would have to send them to prison?
Your Worship, that focus on caring for the poor is a combination of his personality, the things that drive him, also being a protector of the poor and to do what's right and to help them. But that would also
I'll go get some after this.
Yes, just expand on that life story, because I think it's also been overlooked.
Part of the life story is two components there. The one is that he grew up in economically challenged circumstances. They were a poor family. He became involved in politics very early, and part of his drive for the politics was really when they started off very early and trained. What they were working for is a better South Africa if the apartheid regime had come to a fall. We are now
Monday cannot come soon enough. I'll tell you guys that for now.
And in South Africa, and when one looks at statistics, those people are
This
still,
stuff,
still a lot of inequality.
this stuff tastes like ass.
Poor. And
It is, yeah, horrible.
he continues to be a voice and to drive and try and change those people who has not seen the change. He continues to be a voice and to drive.
We'll come to the second part, but just to deal with the first component where you said you grew up in economically challenged circumstances. Even that is.
Speaking, my appointment is on Monday afternoon, 1 o'clock.
I'll come to the second part. Who raised him? Just to deal with the first component where you said he grew up in economically challenged circumstances. Even that is sometimes difficult to understand what it means. But let me ask you just basic questions. Who raised him?
Yeah, well.
Did not have means, so and there were many people living in that.
No, Specky. All my wisdom teeth grew out, so I still have all my wisdom teeth. No, it's these two front teeth, yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's causing it.
He doesn't know who his father is. His father has always been absent. I think this search for who the father is by asking the mother and grandmother didn't give any answers, so he still does not know who his father is. He grew up without his father.
Sorry, Counsel, I don't want to. Can you just clarify for the court how is this emanating from cross-examination? Because you are introducing new evidence now in re-exam.
It is in the report.
It's in the report. Yes. It's not emanating from cross-examination, which the purpose of re-examination is.
Well, my lady, it does emanate from the cross-examination because, yes, especially the last questions that were asked about the personal traits and the personality character.
I don't have a problem. I fully agree on that. But you are now asking about the father. So that was in evidence in chief, not mentioned during cross-examination.
No, my lady, the only reason this is very crucial is because if you recall, when the witness responded to say what are the trigger elements to Mr. Malema, he said it is the circumstances in which he was raised.
Yes.
Yes. Now, I'm asking, what are those circumstances in which he was raised?
You asked, where is his father? So then you must phrase it in a different manner so that it forms part of cross-examination.
Oh, it's such a waste of time.
To rephrase it, as opposed to saying where is, I'm not saying where is his father. I'm saying when he grew up, what were the circumstances of growing up?
That's a different question if you rephrase in that way.
Very happy, my lady, to rephrase it that way.
Thank you.
Can we then go back to this point? Because you mentioned that he has particular
I just have to hold out till Monday, 1 o'clock.
Explain his behavior.
And then whatever's wrong will be revealed or fixed, hopefully.
He's being accused of being aggressive. He's being accused of being loud, of being noisy. And then your response is you have to understand what made this man. And one of the factors is his upbringing. Expand on that.
So the upbringing was in poor circumstances. A number of people sharing a small house. Influential people with his mother and his grandmother. His mother had.
I think there's screens out there. They seem to be looking at something.
Had a grandfather at his birth, he never knew the grandfather, he left the family, and he never knew his father.
Jacob, I am nothing without you guys, so thank you for your support and your continued support. I mean, without you guys, I would be known as a crazy person, screaming into the void. Which is not mutually exclusive. I may still be a crazy person. screaming into the voice, but I truly appreciate you guys.
Future, different circumstances.
I hope they get water. They seem to have something to drink at least, so. No, now I don't feel anything. This entire side of my mouth is dead. I hate this feeling.
Fighting for the poor, and growing up as well, the community, the focus on the community, both his mother and grandmother, despite the circumstances, had a strong focus on the community.
Mark, I used to do this every single day on Twitch. So for me, this is just normal work. I actually like this.
Thank you very much. You then said there is a second component, which is his aversion to perceived injustice. Can you just explain that, which also drives his...
Debbie, that's exactly what it means.
People may perceive
You can now go commit crimes.
Part of that, again, it comes partly to his personality,
Park, yeah. I'm still a gamer. In terms of gaming, I still play games.
And in terms of his
Not as much as I used to, but I still play games.
the world as a place where things are not always right and having to work to make the wrong right. And that drives a lot of things. And that is really to just get an understanding. I've also said in my report, this is useful for
Hoe gaan het?
how people develop understand where their behaviors and things come from. So it is really that need to make things wrong. And looking at his whole history, the changes he expected, the experience he's had, when it comes to
Maar hoe gaan het?
he will perceive it as a wrong. That
Vibing, what's a toothpaste?
Thank you. And the allegation that he is a bully, how did you perceive it as a person who's actually studied his personality?
So when people are out there, we can put different labels on their behavior in terms of whether it's bullying, whether it's aggressive. It also depends on how we perceive the information. So what people see and how they perceive it is different. They see the frustration, they see the irritation, they sometimes see the self-righteousness where he believes that he is right, although he might not be right. But that is what people see, and then they put labels on it to bring it to
Parodontics. I use Sensodyne Deep Clean or Deep Repair, I think it's called.
But what is your own opinion
Repair
as
and
a person
protect.
who studied his personality?
So, in terms of my experience of the person in my work with him,
I swear their strategy is to keep talking until the judge dies.
approachable and forthcoming with information. There were no restrictions on what I could ask or not ask. If there wasn't, if I didn't agree, he would tell me about that, and we would discuss it. But I've never experienced it like that, which is different from the profile that people may see. But yes, the point is still that I've mentioned if he sees injustice or he is perceived to be wrong, he will react, and it will be an emotional type of reaction that can be seen as the source of it may be frustration, that it can be seen as rude, or at least how people perceive it when he reacts.
Then these two aspects, which is his concern for the poor that is informed by his upbringing, his aversion.
Vibing, I actually never have toothaches or anything like that.
In the sentencing.
This is
what this
the first time in about almost 5 years that I have to go to the dentist.
Yes, but why are they relevant for her ladyship to take into account in sentencing?
So, if I put it all together, the thesis that I've considered is, he's a voice for the people, and he's serving the community. So,
Lucy, you're asking good questions. You're asking great questions. Where are the poor people?
We also cut out the person who dedicated his time, who is dedicated to the serving the community.
I agree, Franca.
Society, and that is really the link about it, is to fight for the poor, for justice, and to make a difference in society. And if we remove that the people supporting him. There's a void in terms of their voice, and the projects where the community, where all these efforts of to make things better for the people may in the end not be sustainable.
Yes, thank you very much. I just also want to close this part.
Laurie, she was paid very well to care
That 5 hours
and to believe herself, I think.
My understanding of your response is that when you are doing a personality assessment of this type, it's not just the accused, it's the accused and other people who know him. It's the research on publicly available sources. It's the compilation of the report, and then it's further engagements with the accused. Firstly, am I correct in outlining those steps as being the actual process of the report?
Siku, if I may ask you, you keep going on about the Constitution of South Africa. Mind explaining what you mean by that?
Verifying it and getting it from different sources sometimes when you look at sources to verify the information. So it is a combination, and I just want to add that it's not necessarily about assessing the personality of the person. It is about looking at the behavior, looking at all the circumstances of the person and how that impact and how we look at that in the context of the crime, what could have contributed to it, or also in terms of the society, how it would impact society. A person gets released in society or go to prison, and that is where the combination of everything comes together. When it comes to
Oh, honest. I actually missed that show. Suits was really good. At least the first, 3 seasons. Really good.
When I received information about the soup kitchen and some of these things before I had the opportunity to go there, I did a research to see what can I do, does these things really exist? Is there a pilot program? Did anyone ever qualify from it? And in that search, I came across to see, okay, they also donated to the Tembisa child welfare. No one disclosed that information to me. I came across to public sources while I was validating other information that I obtained.
And so the correct way of assessing it then is to look at that period in totality.
It is to look at the person in totality and the life up to now, and working also from the premises that who we are now are influenced by what happened in our lives and the decisions we've made.
Vicky, will that help?
So it's really the quality, not the quantity.
Yes.
And also just to deal with the quantity problem. I mean, when you look at everything you've done to compile your report, can you give a sense of how many hours you've actually spent? or weeks or months?
Ramaphosa kan gaan sit terwyl ons wag vir hierdie case om klaar te maak.
Before I even started off with the videos in the case, I asked for a copy of the docket, so I was going to go back to give an idea of the evidence or what were the statements and things like
Laurie
that.
feels like it, don't it?
Took quite a period of time to give a bit of context. And then because of the accused profile, there's a lot of information out there to get an idea. I suggest some of my things, so I also spend a lot of time listening not only to the court proceedings but also to YouTube videos where the accused was, addressing supporters. And I also give there some information in terms of his stance against the anti-women's against drug and alcohol abuse.
I agree. Roncho. I will start going back home to take a bath and eat and drink a lot of that entree so that I can sleep well. Dude, imagine standing in that heat all day long. Like, what the hell? I'm complaining over here and I'm sitting in an air-conditioned room on a very comfortable chair, watching on a screen, talking to you guys.
A
Imagine standing there the entire day in that heat.
Verify the information that I received from the accused and his wife. You should
Hell no. There is no one I love enough that I would do that.
they would confirm the information that you obtained.
Can you assess
Marlene,
the
you're not
total
wrong.
number? I mean, the thing that stopped
If this goes the way of Malema,
exchange was that 5 hours
he
too
will
short.
take matters further.
12 hours with the accused, with all the others.
And Craven, yes, the Herman Miller Aeron. This is the best purchase I've ever made in my life, this chair.
Research and reviewing and obtaining information.
I'm going to add all of that in totality.
If I can exclude the writing of the
No, include the writing because it's part of your assessment.
It's probably in days. Probably about 12 days.
Thank you very much. Now, you also were taken to task about the distinction between what the video shows versus what he was charged with. And you seem to take the view that what's important for you is what Mr. Malema was charged with. Can you just explain that distinction?
Part of that, Your Worship, is, and again, I'm coming.
What's wrong with the embody of it on? Because that looks like an amazing chair.
To bring in things that's not part of the case or that it's not in charge of or any other matters that
Daniel, yeah, might be better.
in the process because like with any other case, focus here is to bring the personal circumstances of the accused.
Rian, hoe gaan dit?
To look at this particular matter.
Ek het grandpa gedrink, maar dit werk nie regtig meer nie.
To the time I've spent is to see what would be relevant here, what is evidence, and
I mean, let's be real here, guys. Yes, we have this on in the background, but really what we're doing here is just chatting. This is just noise in the background. None of us really pay attention to what's happening on the screen.
Now, there has also been a suggestion that these reports, in other words, reports similar to yours,
Yeah, the price of the embody is nuts.
Now, no evidence was produced that your report is a product of a capital case. But nevertheless, the accusation has been made and thrown into the air. Can you respond to that?
Your Worship, personally, I have a thing about cut and paste, that when you look at the report, there are also similarities that can create that impression. So if I have referenced a specific book, I might bring it into
I'm happy to be your entertainment, just as you guys are mine.
You'll see certain things in where it's relevant from one report to the other, where I quote theory or where specific
Meets op hierdie oomblik is ek nie so seker of van nie. I'm not so sure that he's going to walk away free.
Other than that,
I haven't heard anything up until now
every person's story
that gives the right, the judge, or the magistrate, any legal basis for suspending his sentence or lessening his sentence. Rob, how are you doing, sir?
If we were to answer this particular report, is this a product of a cut and paste?
No, it's not.
Now, a lot of time was spent on the cases. I just want to do that exercise because there were 2 or 3 things that needed clarification. To start at page 40, of your report. There was confusion in the cross-examination about the relationship between page 40 and page 41. Can you just clarify that first?
So page 40 was really a few cases that I've indicated to say that when you look at cases...
I played a little bit of Rust and DayZ, but it's not games that I play persistently. My relationship with survival games tend to be I love them for about 2 days and then I get bored.
Whether I could find any indications on sentencing relating to discharge of firearms.
It does not surprise me.
Reckless behavior associated with it to assist in the absence of.
No, if I'm gonna play a MOBA, it'll be League of Legends. I won't play Dota.
Discharge of firearms instead of going to read things. So it's really just a list of.
Laurie, there can't be more. This is sentencing. Didn't we already get the witnesses though?
I want to reference at page 40. The first one is the third case of Akko. Remember, you debated that at length with the cross examiner.
Why is that secrets on the forum?
He expressed the view that the fine of 50,000 rands appeared to be rather light considering the offences. Can you just respond to that directly?
Politics is most certainly not my life, but it is the thing that takes the most of my time. My biggest issue now is just time. Any other channel that I start to run will take time away from politics, and I try to spend. When I'm not making videos, I'm consuming information. So I don't really have the ability to make anything else at the moment. Francha, thank you so much for the 1999. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. You're far too kind.
Because I understand.
Path of Exile 2 is pretty cool. RJ, I'm happy to have you here. Satisfactory 1.1, I haven't played that yet. Satisfactory gave me headaches, so I stopped playing. Right now I'm playing Slay the Spire. Right now I'm no-lifing Slay the Spire, actually. The mic is on point. Why, thank you.
You supported more the principle that incarceration is improper.
Correct.
And the next case is the case of Bezos.
Guys, Laurie just broke my spirit.
Mr. Alexa Bezos.
Why must you do this to me, Laurie?
And you said it was a private prosecution.
Why couldn't you say nice things?
And the sentence there is 100,000 rands fine or 12 months imprisonment, added to a 6-month correctional supervision and a direction to perform community service. Now, is it the case that you also supported?
Here, 1 million. According to Laurie, this is only day 1 of multiple days of pre-sentencing. Apparently, saying go to jail, that's too short. The lawyers need to be paid. Before it'll take at least a week. This is bollocks, bro. If I was the judge here, I would literally just say, sit down. We've heard enough. Mr. Malema, off you go. Straight to jail.
It was part of the times deliberations, and I have also in that case consider instances of gender-based violence and how it occurs, and statistics around it, and specifically also it is a big concern, but we want to proportionate also.
Hey, amazing. Thank you for the 100. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for what you do and giving us another perspective. You are bringing truth where we mostly don't see truth. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much for that.
You've had trends, no trends of violence.
ADC mid lane or top lane? Jungle. Speak. Jungle was the last role that I seriously played. Yeah, you can pick one. 10-year sentence, monthly public accounting, or Peter Groenewald giving him corporal punishment. Oh, Groenewald, can you imagine if the judge gave him community service, but the community service is wiping the streets in Orania?
Because similarly to what we are dealing with. It's also about a negligent use of a firearm.
Oh shit! That would be funny as hell. As much as I want to see him go to prison, I may just want to see that more.
Presiding officer in that case felt that the man stood as
Kevin with the $70 donation, really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. You're far too kind.
It is a GBV issue, which is a big public concern.
Then I guess we'll have something to watch again tomorrow while I work. Tomorrow's Saturday. I don't think the courts operate on Saturdays.
Now, you've explained what page 41 is doing, but I also want to do the same exercise in relation to that.
CS, ek gaan 'n bietjie probeer.
That is doing there.
Ek gaan 'n bietjie probeer, dankie.
Or cases that
similar charges were raised, Your Worship.
Yes. What do you mean by that?
So if I look at the first one, although it was murder, there was also a charge for reckless endangerment to personal property, for which the accused was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. It's not similar to this case, but it is a similar charge to another incident. And in that instance, the person was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment.
And then perhaps the second and the third case, which I thought...
Nee. CS is een van die viewers en CS het vir my raad gegee om my tante weg te bid. Nee, hoekom sal ek Counter-Strike speel? Nee, dankie. Ek het beter goed om te doen. Dus met my kop in 'n muur vas te harke as om Counter-Strike.
In relation to which case the SSS
Lie story.
The Pistorius one, yes, and the one that was referenced in that other matter, in the other matter was referred to.
Is dit hierdie is die punishment, is dit nie? Wat ek nie verstaan nie is hoekom Julius Malema die crime doen en ons is die ouens wat die time moet.
In due course, the case of South African Human Rights Commission and another versus Malema and another. If there's a copy now.
Just who on it.
I got leave to hand this up.
Just mark everything that's been said.
Just
the evidence at the end.
Perhaps the witness also doesn't have one. I should use. I will use the. Oh yes. Oh, no. I think everyone has it. I would like you to just read paragraph 16 into the record of that judgment.
Ek is so dankbaar ek het nie law gaan swat nie. I am so grateful I didn't go to study law. I would kill myself doing this.
Pursuant to this incident, the second complaint was arraigned in the Kyle City Magistrate Court on a charge of assault of Mr. Kakana, and another white male was also charged with the assault and with discharging a firearm in a public place, to which he pleaded guilty and was given trial. After standing trial, the second complainant was found not guilty on a tenor guilty.
There's not enough money in the world that you could pay me to do this for a living.
That is correct.
Not enough.
Now, if we could then go to the yes, I'll go to the other cases that are in this article. But before we do that, I just want you to address this allegation that this whole point about a fine is tantamount
Francho, I absolutely support you in that, and I agree. But
that is the phrase
remember, here in South Africa, when they say he's not calling for genocide when he says kill white people,
of the sentencing architecture of this country. It's in the legislation.
That's just how it is. kill the boer, kill the farmer, doesn't mean what it says it means. I know it's confusing, but that's South African logic for you. It's sort of like when the ANC insists that there are no race laws in this country. Yes, there's BEE and affirmative action and employment equity, but those are not race laws. They're redress laws that just happen to be about race. But, you know, you have to understand these things here in South Africa, you know.
To occupy a certain level of status in society.
Not something you can explain.
Is it the case now that merely because you've charged a politician, a fine is inapplicable to them?
Wait, did one of their posters actually just say Malema is guilty? That would be funny as hell. From the date of the Monday, Sean, I really wish I had the ability to stream on the go, because then I would probably stream a lot more and I would just go walking around, but I don't have that set up, and data costs in South Africa is such that I'd probably bankrupt myself trying to do that. Quibus, how you doing, bro? I don't think today. So Lori in chat here, our resident lawyer, she basically destroyed all of our hopes and dreams when she said that there's probably another week of this, or at least just not today. So I don't think there's going to be a sentence today. Maybe we get lucky. It's possible that we get lucky, because it can happen. But I do think at the end of this, he is going to jail. If the judge has not been bought or sufficiently scared, there's really no other option here. Yes, if I will probably look into rain at some point.
There's also another aspect related to this, which is
the grey area.
People like Mr. Malema can afford to buy your services.
Rain would be step one.
Now, could you just deal with that, because it's left hanging, because there is a sense in which you are told people are buying your services, but when you want to disclose how much are they paying, you are told not to disclose it. And so the impression is created that you are a social worker for hire.
But don't say that.
But
do not say that.
It may leave
you take that
very
back.
Bad impression.
Your worship, like any professional person who renders a service in their private capacity.
Yeah, I genuinely, like, if that is what the judge is going to say, he should donate to Gun Free South Africa, he can keep his money.
That is what he paid for. When I had the initial discussions and the request to receive the report, I also set the boundaries and the rules for my
Paul, I agree. Not working, all of them. This government is disgusting. Do you see, I mean, they're freedom fighters. They're fighting from freedom to work. And the ANC is delivering by giving them no jobs.
Because I need to stand here in front of the court and speak from the conviction that this is my true belief, and I have taken the oath to say I will speak the truth and the whole truth, but nothing but the truth. And in that, accept that other people might differ from me, but it is not.
Oh, Laurie, you just became a hell of a lot more interesting to me. You're a criminologist. My aunt is Mickey Pistorius. Or rather, I should say Mickey Pistorius is an aunt of mine. I was
because the fact that
enamored with her books when I was younger.
Was in fact raised by her ladyship herself after the conviction.
I don't hate lawyers.
An offer was made.
I dated a lawyer once, and I have plenty of friends who are lawyers. I don't hate them.
To provide exactly the same service.
I do hate their lives, though, because I don't want to be that guy.
Being criticized, and Mr. Malema is being criticized. So I asked my learned leader to
nice.
show me where this part was dealt with. It's on the first of October 2025. After the conviction judgment has been read, at page 38 of the transcript of that day, where Her Worship says, Advocate Hodes, may I just inquire on this pre-sentence aspect? Will you be following the normal route that is followed, or will you be using your own? Then he responds, our own, Your Worship, in private practice. And then the judge says, okay. Then Mr. Hodes says, the signal is bad, Your Worship, but I have attempted to get hold of Mr. Ina Thompson, so they've known about this long ago, who does reports regularly and is qualified with an LLB and a degree in social work. She does a lot of these reports. Then
well done, Laurie.
The reason why I'm asking is merely so that the clerk of the court may know whether she should prepare a request for the normal route, but now that has been ruled out and the defense will do so on its own. So this
Napoleon,
is not,
I think these days criminology will have... No, I don't even know if it will have sociology in it. Psychology, yes. I'm not sure if sociology would be that big of a factor.
And I indicated that I'm available on that day. He only later told me that it is for this particular case.
In your line of work, do you also do reports for victims of crime as opposed to perpetrators?
I've never received a request, but where there is a victim, it's not society that were impacted, but there is a victim, I always reach out to the prosecutor for the case if there is not a victim impact report or a statement from the Department of Social Development. I always reached out to the prosecutor to ask whether they would be comfortable if I also include the impact on the victim within my report, all the information about this report.
So you try to incorporate it into your...
Awareness of what, Vicky?
If there is no independent statement, because it is an important part of the proceedings, and it is important that victims should also be heard. And if I am being permitted to do so, yes, I do.
Because in this current report, and that's something that came towards the end of your evidence, there is no reference to victims. Is there a reason for that?
Just so, hoe gaan het? Is jy van die burg af?
There were no
nice.
Individuals that were harmed. So, in a certain sense, one...
Die burg. I haven't been back to die burg in...
But there was no indirect
5 years, almost 6 years.
Now, just on this issue of money, remember that you wanted to disclose your rate and then you were told not to disclose your rate. Do you actually want to disclose your rate or not? Feel free to, because the impression is that there's a lot of money being paid to you, etc.
So in this case, I have not concluded the case yet, because it is, the time-wise, it is much more than my average rate. But in average, or my normal cases, in the normal way of the run, where it takes sort of more or less the same time, I do cap it, and I also tell the accused I cap it at 15,000 rand. That's an all-inclusive rate, considering all the research, the interviews, the reports, the appearance in the court, because I need to make it...
What kind of question is that? What kind of answer is that? Do you want to tell us how much you earn on this case? Well, actually, I haven't been paid for this case yet, because we're still obviously going here. But I'll tell you that in all my other cases, I earn around 20,000 rand. It's like, yeah, but we're very interested in this one.
To produce their rates.
I think she said 20,000. At least it cut out. The stream cut out as she said 1,000. But I remember someone else said something like 20,000 or not more than 20,000. I think it may actually have been you that said, she said not more than 20,000.
Cases in this document. I think there were 3 that were, or 2 that were specifically referenced. You still have this article called A Note on Sentencing Practices for the offense of unlawful possession of semi-automatic firearms by people.
I don't think so, Ronaldo. I don't think
Go
so.
to page 11.
We all got excited for nothing.
The first case that was referred to and the way it was presented is that
Who here
it is
thinks
on point, not just similar,
Julius is going to go to jail? Just write jail? No, write time? No time. If you think he's going to go to jail, write time. If you think he's not going to go to jail, no time.
The facts are set out in the judgment itself at paragraph 1. And I just want to read this out for you. It's a judgment by Judge Shongo. On 2 October 2008, the appellant, Mr. Yusuf Mohammed Asma, was convicted by the KwaZulu-Natal Division of the High Court on charges of kidnapping, murder, and the unlawful possession of a fully automatic rifle, to wit, an AK-47.
Jog, I don't want to do a poll on purpose. I just want to see what most people sort of think. Poll is too specific and people put stock in that.
On the unlawful possession of the firearm, and we know the firearm to have been an AK-47. The court ordered the sentences to run concurrent with the sentence imposed on the murder charge, i.e. life in prison. Now, just having listened to the summary given by the judges themselves, does that case bear any similarity to what we are dealing with today?
Your Worship, apart from, I think, the similar charge that is...
Jessica, how you doing? Time and throw away the key. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Certain things that indicate a pattern. It wasn't only one charge, there are other things linked to it. It speaks to the reasons why the court brought this into the minimum sentence or the legislative...
Right side of this. I don't think so.
It's different, and you can't look at it, it's also different.
You have missed absolutely nothing. I wish I could sit here and say, oh, big stuff, bro. Bombshell after bombshell after bombshell. You have missed nothing. We have sat here and listened to this defense attorney basically ask her to repeat the everything that she started the day with. Remember, this woman started speaking this morning and she said all of this crap. And now she's just repeating all of this crap once again. That's what we're doing here now. And there is those for thee. Tian, not wrong.
If you look at page 15, the second paragraph.
I think so, Tusi.
Of the article.
Yeah, in terms of chat, we've had a wonderful time. I think a lot of people who have worked today really enjoyed their work day because, well, there's some entertainment going.
Now, there you will see that there is no actual summary of the underlying
Middle finger
in the article itself, which makes us then go and find the judgment itself to see what actually.
I agree with you, Laurie.
Now, in paragraph 3, it's an appeal, a judgment of Judge Rogers when he was still in the High Court before his elevation to the Constitutional Court. It says, the facts and respects of counts 1 and 2 are that on the evening of the 28th April 2012, Arendse was patrolling in Pumlani in the Lotus Refuge area together with a member of the neighborhood watch. They came across the appellant who was in the company of another man. As Arendse got out of the patrol vehicle to question them, he saw the appellant take something from his pocket and throw it over the nearby fence. Arendse searched the appellant and the other man.
We hebben zakken niks beloven nie.
While the member
Ah,
of the
kijk wie's daar. Die racistische klein purple.
A cocked semi-automatic pistol with 8 rounds of ammunition. The appellant's version, which the magistrate rejected, was that he had been in the company of 4 other people. that he had not been in possession of the firearm or thrown anything over the fence, and that he had not seen anyone else do it. So again, just that basic summary. People being apprehended, and then throwing an object to hide it. And then that object is later found to be a semi-automatic rifle.
I so desperately want to see Julius Malema go to jail. You want to know why? Because the EFF will crumble without Julius Malema. It's a cult of personality party. And cult of personalities don't survive the second you remove the personality. They tend to descend into massive infighting and chaos and just sort of disappear.
Why did they have, even if they didn't destroy it, why did they have to leave it? What was the intent with it? And for how long did they have it? There's a lot of questions that are...
Sean, I think they'll start with the Western Cape because they think this is where most of the white people live in South Africa.
Case, as I understand, those were the only 2 cases that were extrapolated from this article. Now, in this particular case that you were dealing with,
you're probably not wrong, Stefan.
In your cross-examination about the absence of a witness who was either harmed or scared, because there was a suggestion in the cross-examination that people could have been scared. And I couldn't work out whether there was any evidence that there were people that were scared. People could have been caught.
I haven't seen any evidence.
Obviously getting fed up. They're starting to sway outside. Dude, I'd be home already at this point.
And was, indicated that there were people that were scared and
Oh
and then there was also this question around the one case you cited, where someone is not shooting at a particular target, but is shooting in the sky. And the purpose of the shooting is to celebrate. Now, I mean, have you found, you've done thorough research on this, any case, anywhere, closely approximating what we are dealing with here?
Your Worship, I haven't found anything, and I think that is when I started to look for other cases where I might find similar charges, because I couldn't find anything specifically relating to discharge of a firearm for celebratory purposes.
Thank you. I'm going to leave the topic on the analysis of the cases that were put to you to another topic, which is this role of remorse.
Mashudu, I actually agree with you. But of course, we do live in South Africa where some people are above the law.
Evidence is your report says that the accused regrets the consequences and the attention that was paid to the incident, regrets the incident. And he also regrets the fact that people might think that the use of firearms is acceptable, following his example. And then you said, well, remorse does not aggravate.
Craig,
how do you see the role of...
I do believe that should Julius Malema get jail time, the EFF will make this country ungovernable, or at least they will try.
Paragraph 46 and 47, if you want to remind yourself.
So, as I mentioned, I don't see remorse as an aggravating, the absence of remorse as an aggravating factor, but the existence of remorse is a mitigating factor. In this instance, the accused claims that he is innocent, so I wouldn't say that there's remorse in the true sense of the word, but if one then said to say, is rehabilitation needed, do we need to convince him to be a better person? The fact that he understands the seriousness of what could have happened, even though it's not...
You have to ask yourself whether or not this is actually part of the plot.
And the fact that he regrets that he created the perception, which was not, he wouldn't have wanted to create, that it is acceptable to be reckless with firearms, indicate that a way of thinking that would prevent you from doing a similar thing again without having to go or consider rehabilitation to convince you that this is totally wrong and it's dangerous.
If I was a vendor, what would I sell in that crowd?
Now, you were criticized that the sentence you are recommending is just too light.
That's not safe for
You have to strip all of this thing off the verbiage.
For
say this is just too light.
Broadcasting. I can't say that.
There is a range.
Miracles were boring. This is painful. Professor G, you have no idea. You have no
I just
idea.
want you to explain to his leadership why.
Laurie, I said nothing.
Non-custodial sentence.
I plead the fifth. I said nothing. What are we talking about? I don't even know. I don't even know. Like I'm completely unaware of anything that I was about to say. Professor G, are you the guy that's helping would-be refugees or potential refugees? I should say would be. I think has a negative connotation to it.
Together with that, if I look at that and I look at society and I say
That's me. I love your channel, by the way, Professor G. Thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you do. I've spoken to quite a few people who has applied for refugee status that have said your work has been invaluable to them. So I really want to thank you for everything that you do.
if I look at that and I look at the price society is paying for.
Oh yeah, Leon, we've discussed that. Yes.
The question that I have is, does what we will gain from it is to send a message to people it is incorrect, and I know.
Michelle, how are you doing? Thanks for the video.
Does it really?
I appreciate hearing that. I wish I could do more. We each do what God gives us the authority to do. That is what you do. So. And from what I hear, it is really helpful for a lot of people.
Thank you. I have nothing further. I just want to see if my colleagues feel strongly about anything else.
South Africa now, so glad to see all these protesters are hard at work at their jobs. Oh yeah, these are
be that the report be accepted and marked as an exhibit.
The taxpayers of South Africa. You know, the helpful and productive members of our society.
Thank you. Just keep in mind, I've not had the report since it was submitted, so it's new to me. I'm not going to nitpick, but it's the only opportunity I have to ask you to avoid having to ask you to come back. So just bear with me, please.
Ja, as jy nie kan nonsens praat nie, as jy actually 'n Suid-Afrikaner.
If I
You have to be able to do 2 o'clock poop talk.
Informed the court you had spent time as a social worker and also amongst correctional services.
That is correct.
Therefore, I may assume you are familiar with, as counsel read out, the procedure the court had offered and wanted to distinguish whether the defense will follow the social worker or the probation officer's report and or correctional services report. You are familiar with those reports. In effect, it is exactly the same as what you are doing. It's just the one is the government and this you are private. That's the only difference.
That is
correct. So I don't have an issue with that at all. I also want to inform you that in this instance, as correctly said by you, the court is not dealing with substantial or compelling circumstances. It was not invoked by the state because that is now minimum sentence act. And here the state is going on the principle of 15 years imprisonment in respect of count 1 is the maximum term of imprisonment going down. So that's why I'm not going to discuss compelling and substantial circumstances. It's an academic point. With your experience and what you've drafted in this report, in short, what makes any of the facts contained here different compared to the lives of...
There's some in the courtroom, Michelle, so I'm assuming there are outside as well.
Your Worship, I think the risk is the same to the injury of people, but the reasons in terms of why the firearm was obtained, if I look at the Firearms Control Act, in terms of the spirit of the act, it wants to get firearms off the street.
Professor G, it's looking like nothing will happen this century.
Maybe I have not been there. Let me be. What in this report that the accused comes from a humble setting, worked his way through, is now provided. It is not different to every other person appearing in a court of law daily.
Your Worship, yes.
That is what I'm asking.
The personal circumstances of a person is it's unique to every person, but it is presented to the court in all matters.
We all agree on the fact that it's unique to a person, but what is unique in this report?
For me, Your Worship, it is more on the substance of it in terms of the contribution made to the community
Okay, let me just ask you the contribution you say made to the community, okay? Let us just stop on that point so that we don't lose track of the long sentences, okay? My question on that one would be, so are you saying to this court that if you contribute to the community, it's fine, you may commit an offense?
No, Your Worship, not at all. It is part of the considerations.
Part of the considerations.
And it speaks also to the aspect as to what are the risks of...
This judge is just slapping this witness. Nice.
Okay.
I like it.
Then while we're on this point, you've emphasized throughout your evidence at a direct question by counsel, why is it appropriate that a non-custodial sentence be imposed? And you replied by saying, because it was a celebratory shooting. That was your reply. Okay, so that was your reply. I'm saying to you that was your reply. Now the question is as follows. Because of the nature of the shooting, anyone who's having a birthday today may walk down Oxford Street, shoot a firearm, and it's their birthday and celebrate. Is that what you are saying to me?
Not at all, Your Worship.
Just explain the difference then, please, ma'am.
Your Worship, so what I mean is that it was used for a celebratory shoot.
Yes, as the person outside will be using it for that same
when
purpose.
When I compared it to the other cases, it wasn't obtained with the intent to keep it for a long period, to go and commit other crimes, and to...
Oh, this is terrible. Professor G with the $10. Really appreciate the donation, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let us just stop there because you've answered.
I really appreciate the donation, sir. Thank you.
That comes to me. That brings me to the next portion of this report or your evidence, which I wanted to ask you about, which you mentioned now. It seems as if you are, and please correct me if I have this wrong.
Sorry, Professor G. I have a toothache, and so I'm dealing with the toothache.
The shooting or the firing of a firearm, that it must be accompanied with violence. Because you are referring to there was no violence. There was no violence.
Your Worship, that is a consideration, and if there were, if you look at it all together, if there were injuries, it would then aggravate the circumstances, and it would be aggravating circumstances that would inform a more serious sanction.
You see, that is maybe why I have a difficulty to follow you here, because you were saying it was a brief period of time, it was a celebratory shooting, and there was no violence, and you could also not find a similar case of this nature. Now, so what?
A similar case of that nature, Your Worship, is really to indicate in a situation like that what would have
I love how the judge
now
just
we know
goes.
there is not.
So what's the
does it
point
take
of you
away
being here?
any of the charges, because this
No,
is
it
the
does
first.
not at all, Your Worship.
So I don't understand this.
It does not take away the contents and
Well, how are you doing, sir?
Because I'm concerned that you are also telling this court that your client is very concerned that he has created the perception that one may be reckless with firearms and that he regrets.
That's correct,
So
Your Worship.
we are all on the same page. And as you have explained in length that, yes, every person may plead guilty. That is, are not guilty.
Byron, you're
That
very
is-
welcome, sir.
And remorse is not a requirement. So we are on the same page. But you say he regrets the perception. But in the same instance, it's fine because it was a celebrated shooting. So what is it that is being said here? What is the perception that we must take from this?
So, Your Worship, it was a celebratory incident, but the expected outcome is that...
This judge is on fire! Can we get some horse and chat for the judge?
The impression is that
Slapping
this was
that
a planned
witness.
shooting or firing at the birthday event. So what impression is it that was supposed to be perceived then? What is it being? What is the perception?
So, Your Worship, linked to the other charges, it still remains that those things were not considered, and then it created the impression because the necessary caution...
They should show Julius Malema's face right now as he's listening to this judge just going with that witness of his. Shut the hell up.
I have only two aspects left. No, a few in fact, because if I had it in before the time, it may have been a different story. The other issue, not an issue, but if you can explain, I think if we go in the circle of a radius of 5 kilometers on each side of the court building, we're going to find about 4, 5, 6 soup kitchens. So, and this soup kitchen is specifically to the area Mr. Malema is coming from.
Correct, Your Worship.
So that is, what value must the court attach to that? Because I've read it's from donations.
Part of, yes, and through the facilitation or the involvement of the accused, Your Worship.
So it will continue.
It will continue, most likely, yes.
So there's
Professor
no discussion
G,
about the soup kitchen.
From what I know
Except
of
that the one may be very
magistrates in
thankful
South
that
Africa and
people are
judges,
being served a meal.
they don't
That
make
is
their political affiliations known. It's not like in America where these things are known.
As part of the considerations in terms of...
We don't even have like public, appointments and stuff of that nature. No one even knows when this stuff happens. So I have no idea. Like, I have no idea what her political background is.
The accused has a desire to right a wrong that is driven, that he must right a wrong. Did I understand you correctly?
Your Worship, it explains...
Yeah, illusion is the right word there. Jessica, thank you so much for the 14 Rand. Really appreciate the donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And she really is.
Please, if you
Depending
can...
on the personality profile of the person.
Okay. Did I summarize what you said correctly? That the accused has a desire to set a wrong right.
To see right, wrong,
Yes.
Wrong, right, yes.
Yes. So in this case now, who gets to decide what is right and what is wrong?
So Your Worship, what I meant, and that's why I said also perceived wrong. So if the accused looks at something and he sees it as a wrong, his natural response would be to try and correct it.
Okay. So if there's an act that says you may not do it,
Yes.
then it's okay. If he decides you may because it's celebratory, then it's fine.
No, Your Worship. That is not what the intention of that is.
No, not the act. I'm going on what your evidence is saying.
in terms of explaining behavior. So that is usually what we drive in when we take action.
Okay. Now, the very last sentence you say, oh, sorry, second last one. You were asked by counsel now specifically, the fact that Mr. Malema is leader of a political party is irrelevant, and you said it is irrelevant during sentence. Did I hear you correctly?
My understanding of the question was whether it is relevant to the matter as to whether it should be a fine or not, whether it should determine the sentence, and my response was no. So my understanding is when it comes to the status of the person.
Oh yeah, she's definitely going to be talking.
Determine the sentence.
That's definitely coming.
On the facts of the case and the personal circumstances. And that would not say that.
Then therefore you do not see that based on that there is a responsibility and an accountability factor because of the very reason you are now saying it's relevant.
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay, let me try again, sorry. You are saying, oh, I've lost my senses here. Where did we stop?
So, Your Worship, so maybe just listening to what you were asking, if I understand it correctly, when it comes to sentencing, the fact that it's a parliamentary member, the status should not
you said it's
influence the
irrelevant.
sentencing.
Now,
But
that's where we go. Thank you so
the fact
much.
that he is a parliamentary member also means that, as I stated in the report, that people may emulate his behavior. He has a responsibility.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, she's really
So
crossing
I
the
couldn't
T's and dotting the
reconcile
I's
it
here.
being not relevant to it being relevant.
The relevance was more linked to the status, that the status of the person shouldn't determine that. But the word relating to the parliamentary role, it comes with a responsibility and we have to act responsibly.
Aanbaie dankie, ek waardeer dit.
People can,
Last question then. You answered the question by counsel as follows. You said we need to ask ourselves, is it worth the price that we are going to pay as a community?
That dude hate him.
Can you explain that statement to the court?
So you should, when you look at the solo sentences particularly, it has an impact on the family and it has an impact on the community. And when it, with the family being the cornerstone of the community, and one cannot always predict what that is. So if it impacts the community, it also impacts the structures that would, it could eventually perpetuate situations rather than to prevent it.
In essence, can you explain to me that you mean, is it worth the price we are going to pay? Is it worth it? That is what I'm asking you to explain.
So the price would be the impact on the community, having an impact on the family, having a ripple effect on the community, and also risking, and Your Worship to clarify that the sustainability of the community projects is investment in the community, and
So do you mean then that is a pardon?
it is not a pardon, it is just with the impact there, if one considered that, would that still justify a period of imprisonment or not?
Thank you. Advocate Caesar, any questions based on the court's questions?
Guys, if I may just one thing very quickly. I understand that everyone has their opinions on different content creators, and some have their favorites and others have the ones that they don't like. That's perfectly fine. I'm friends with all of the content creators that make videos in South Africa, the right-wing ones and the conservative ones, not the lefties. So just refrain from bad-mouthing creators in my chat, because, you know, I'm not going to partake in this, and I really don't want to have that sort of thing happen. They're not here to defend themselves, and so, you know, leave it for them, because, you know, I don't care for that, please. Thank you.
In any of the other cases, did you find any instance where there was no intended...
See, Bobby, I have not showered yet, no. This thing started at 9 o'clock. I didn't have time to shower. I'm still waiting for anything of value. And now this asshole is going to start speaking again.
I'm not 100% sure, Your Worship. There might have been, but there were also cases where it was... sorry, Your Worship. There were... the matter that we referred to
Ridiculous.
Of the shooting in the case that council went through, the person did fire a discharge.
I think most of us love you. Everyone I know loves you.
The one in the South African Human Rights Commission one, that paragraph.
There was a conflict situation.
It was a conflict situation.
So there was a violent conflict situation. There were prospective or intended targets around. In this instance, was there any intended target?
There was not an intended target, no, Your Worship.
Now, you also questioned by the Worship relating to the soup kitchen, the Masakaning soup kitchen. What role does this accused play in relation to that soup kitchen?
It started off as his initiative. He, when they do struggle, he would engage to ensure that...
No, I just have to make it till Monday.
So we facilitate the process.
Monday, this will all be over.
To ensure that it's run properly and the people have the means to run the
It started as his initiative, and once it was implemented, did it play any further role?
When his help is needed with something, if there are issues with sponsors, he can intervene, but he's not actively involved in
He's the main attorney for Julius Malema. And yes, that does mean Julius Malema only uses white people.
I'm going to ask you the question that everyone seems to be skirting around. In your view, compared to what role does his status as a member of Parliament play in the sentencing proceedings? Because everybody's asked you whether it has an impact, has no impact. What role does it play?
As a member of Parliament, we would want him to be seen as acting responsible, and within the suiting, that was not the case. So because of his role as a parliamentary member, people might emulate the behaviour, and from that perspective, one needs to consider the seriousness.
But what impact does it have on the proposal?
Wow, Professor.
To be imposed?
It is really part of the considerations of the seriousness as per our report.
I don't know for the future.
Thank you.
Oh, that was quick, finally.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. We have finalized your evidence. You are excused and you may stand.
Look at Julius. He's so worried. He thought it was going well, and the judge basically just went, "Get the hell off my court, out of my courtroom."
Going to mock him.
Maftizi, I don't drink, so you wouldn't catch me with a beer ever. I don't consume alcohol, so and I stopped drinking Pepsi Max as well because, well, I have a toothache and I think the Pepsi Max isn't helping that. So yeah, right now I'm just sort of drinking water and tea. Oh yeah, I have this right here. I'm still struggling with the taste in my mouth.
You're not formally submitting the article of not so just the state now. It's only the report that I'm going to formally admit at this
No,
stage.
just for ease of reference.
That it was handed. Okay, let me hand it to you. Okay, so is it? I'm thinking since we are busy with sentence and we've had so many exhibits that we mark this one in the form of sentence.
It's here.
S for sentence, S1, S sentence, sentence 1.
Let's hear this now. Because we'll find out soon whether there's more. They're probably not going to call another witness today. So if there are more witnesses, we'll find out now, and then they'll probably postpone until Monday for more witnesses to go. Ismail, how are you doing?
Everybody available tomorrow? I am. We're not going to get to do all of this again. Night court?
So what I had in mind, the state has informed me closed its case, so we're still waiting to see what it does.
Yes.
So I'm waiting to hear that still. Should the state close its case at this stage?
Laurie, don't say this!
Please, I can't hear.
You're supposed to give good news to me.
By particular date, we arrange a date for hearing and for sentence on the very same day. So if there are any issues arising from the written heads, they can be dealt with on that morning and sentence can be imposed that afternoon.
Is that what the parties have discussed?
No, I've been discussing about it. He thought it would be finished earlier and it would be arguing the matter today, but that didn't happen, so this is right, I've got no issue whatsoever. And I'm just saying that's how it unfolds. It says asking me for dates, and I don't know what your worship's diary looks like, all my colleagues over here. Perhaps we should come see your worship just to arrange a date. He's asking for a date next week, worship. I don't know, I could possibly come because I have a matter that's in Bloemfontein on Monday, but I don't believe it's going to run because there's a judgment handed down today that impacts on that matter, so I could accommodate something.
If you're saying next week, will that be for you to file the heads or
I don't know what you had in mind. It's up to next week, let me explain to you.
I can file my heads, Worship, by next week. I'll be ready.
Yes, when will I be getting the heads?
Yes.
I don't want them on that day for the first
What the hell's the heads?
Oh, I can.
Byron, you bastard with the 350 rand donation. I truly appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. Non-left they say content creators as well. Lol, you guys have courage to speak out and should start a new political party in SA. Good luck with the toothache. Thank you so much, sir. I truly appreciate that. Hostas, thank you so much for becoming a loyal member. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I cannot do the second.
Oh, heads of argument. Oh my goodness. So we're getting more arguments? No.
Look,
This is all Laurie's fault, guys. If you want someone to blame, blame Laurie. She's the one that jinxed it. We were about to get a judgment. And now look.
If you want to word with your client, yes, to establish everyone's schedule. But
The real cheese with the 350 rand donation. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Not present. I will
Good, sir.
try
Get some
by
extra
all means
minutes.
to
It's been a pleasure hanging out with you and chat today. Let's hope justice served.
But I can
Thank you, sir.
pre-arrange and
I
deal
appreciate
with
you.
certain matters.
I have a similar situation.
Yes. Okay. Then I'll do that. All right. No, you're going to discuss dates first, and then I'll come back to court. Is that what you're saying?
Available on that day, both of us are.
Not only me.
No, he wants to take instructions from the others advocates, Caesar, or obtain or hear from their availability and schedule.
Thank you, Jessica, for the 14. I will try that, actually. I will try that. Thank you. Napoleon, there's no... All countries' courts are just overrun.
What time do I come back? 10 minutes?
Okay, well...
10 minutes sufficient?
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's... that is the end of it, right? So we'll find out when the next show is, I guess. We'll find out when the next show happens. I will probably post it as soon as I know what day it's going to be. I will post it for you guys over on YouTube, but we'll probably talk about it over on X as well, just so that all of you know what's happening. We will probably be streaming the next one as well, just because it kind of makes sense. We've been doing it already for so long, and I'm sort of invested in this now, so we may as well just continue doing it. I want to thank all of you, literally every single one of you, for the incredible donations today, the incredible memberships. You guys have no idea how much that helps and how much that supports the channel and allows me to do what I do and hopefully grow even more into the future. But then, to all of you that hung out with me, literally the entire day. You were here. You were absolute ballers. And you made it easier for me to actually survive this. So I want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. It's insane. Yeah, 100%. Jaguar with the 140 Rand donation. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good luck with your tooth. I truly hope it gets better. Right now, I'm just going to go take some more painkillers. I'm going to try the hot water and salt thing, see if that does a bit of a difference. Or I'm just going to go brush my teeth with that Sensodyne stuff, because that usually helps for like an hour or so. It just sort of numbs. I don't know why, but it numbs it a little bit. But yeah, I truly appreciate each and every one of you. Professor G, it was lovely to finally make your acquaintance. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember you can follow me over on X for just the most unhinged takes that you can imagine. But that's usually where you just get my raw thoughts. So if you just want to hear what I think about all manner of topics, mostly things I don't even make videos on, X is the place to do that. But yeah, otherwise I will see refund your dentist for a prescription. So, Louise, I don't really have to. Right now, it doesn't feel like an abscess, because I know what an abscess feels like, and this isn't quite that. This is a different kind of pain, but I mean, I don't have to. I can just phone my dad, who's a medical doctor, and I can just be like, hey, I need antibiotics for my tooth, and he'll be able to prescribe it. So it's not like I need to go to a dentist for it. It's more just, it doesn't feel like an abscess, but maybe it is. So if by tomorrow, if it gets worse tomorrow as well, I'll try it anyways, right? I'll try the antibiotics anyways. But okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go. I'm going to say good night to all of you. I want to thank all of you for hanging out with me, for spending time with me, for, spending your Friday with me. I hope that you guys had tons of fun. I know I did. I hope to see all of you back here next week. Monday, we'll continue with the normal podcasts and stuff. And then as soon as the court case or the court starts up again, we'll start up again as well. As always, ladies and gentlemen, be good to each other, be kind to each other, have a phenomenal weekend to each and every one of you, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.